Hello? Hello, 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 hello. Hello. It's me. We're gonna be working on programming today, but before that, we're gonna do a little bit of gaming because I was I was already kind of playing games before this. Well, I was reading Reddit articles and now I'm here. So let me see. Can you hear this? You can hear this. Wow. I think that's probably fine. I don't know. How does that sound? How does that sound? I don't usually need to play audio. It's a bit quiet. I'll turn it up a little bit. That's a bit okay. How about this? How about here? How about here? How about here? Or is it just me? Or is it just my stream monitor that's quiet? How about here? I can kind of hear it. Oh, okay, that sounds way better. But I can always adjust it later. All right. Turn me off. All right. All right. Well, we'll play like 2 games, and then I'll actually get started on working. I swore I was working before this, but I don't know. Let's just do a fun run really quick. I have 100% at the game though, so that's fun. Also, let me just drop my bot into the chat. No, my bot broke again. One of these days I'll fix it. One of these days. Let me see. We'll do a fun one. We'll do a fun one. Not exactly face roll level. Alright. I feel like whenever I see people play this game though, they do too much running around without shooting. Even though the entire game is like a DPS check. So every second spent not shooting is time wasted. Alright, well. Dragon Egg is so bad. Pew pew. Please, I do not want Dragon Egg. Two, three. 1, 2, 3. Pew pew. Alright. These are both good. I'm probably going to be able to grab both of them anyways, but this is a straight DPS increase. Almost doubles your DPS with pretty much every character. Almost no downsides. Now this one, get a bit of raw DPS. The fireball. Oh baby. Intense burn is good. A split fire. Also very good. Ooh. I'm bad. I'm even worse. Oh, hello, Stoneby. Hello, hello. This is like the Hi Honey, like a VTuber reference. I know that was popular a few months ago. How are you? I'm playing a few runs of this game on the highest difficulty, Ascension 15, before I start actually working on stuff. Because, I don't know, I feel like even though I've beaten the game already with every single character, it's still just fun to play. A sign of a good game. What is this? This is 20 minutes till dawn. It's a, I don't know. It's like a Geometry Wars like top-down shooter. You just need to survive 20 minutes. Pretty self-explanatory, really. With my coffee. I have an energy drink since I'm a total degenerate. But yeah, you just need to survive 20 minutes. You get upgrades. You shoot things. And yeah, that's pretty much it, right? There's a bit of strategy, I suppose, with like how you manage your upgrades. It looks like a Godot game. It's actually a Unity game, but it doesn't really matter, right? They're all kind of the same thing. There's barely any difference between 2D games nowadays. Alright, I'll go with this. I mean, this could definitely easily be a Godot game, right? Top-down shooters. It's kind of like baby's first game. After you do the, you know, the tutorial stuff. Hold on. My stream monitor is getting a little loud. Alright. Let's see. Ice Shard, very good. Intense Burn, also very good. I'm playing the fire character, also using the fire weapon. So every 3 shots, you shoot out... Oh, I'm dumb. Every 3 shots, you shoot out a super shot. That deals burn damage. And also this gun just shoots fireballs. So it's very good. Scales really nicely with... any and all of the burn upgrades. Although I suppose you could do like a challenge run where you just don't take any burn upgrades to start. I'm aware I do need to grab the chest. Alright, this is getting a little dicey because I don't have a shield anymore. And the second boss is already spawned. Seems less bizarre than the game has with shotguns. Yeah, the Shotgun King, a bit difficult to parse for sure. Oh, no. I might actually die here. Yeah, I'm bad. Let's not try again. Let's do a harder one. Even though I just lost with the easiest... Well, this is not the easiest character. Once the character gets going, they're a lot of fun. Something that's not immediately obvious is that you slow down to like 25% speed when you're shooting. Let's see. Abby's pretty fun. Abby's pretty fun. Let's I don't know. Let's get weird with it. So grenade launcher, you can hurt yourself, but also has really high damage. So this character's so empowered. This character kind of sucks. All right, but Darkness 15, the hardest difficulty, using the worst weapon. It'll be fun. So you just press right click to shoot out all your ammo at random. I've already done this challenge once, but it was on the easiest difficulty. Let's see if I can do it again on the hardest one. And I guess if I... Ooh. If I don't win here, I guess I'll just, I don't know. At the top of the hour, I'll just switch to doing actual developments. Ooh, okay, I got hit there. So every 3 shots as well, I have an upgrade that empowers my bullets to be a bit stronger, which is nice. All right, I need to take aim. Increases your range, even though it says bullet speed, it increases your range, which is a must-have with a grenade launcher. Otherwise, it's pretty much impossible to play. All right, so I'm just mashing right-click right now. One of the benefits of firing off every single bullet using your special ability is that you don't actually slow down when you shoot, which is really nice. I am very scared though. Oh, please. Alright, just gotta get lucky. Pray to RN Jesus. Hope you get good rolls. Take a speed upgrade. Speed upgrade's really strong on this character when you're just mashing right click. Something that's also very nice is that one of my upgrades pushes enemies away when they get too close. Or at least I think I have that one. I don't remember if I have it equipped. Let's see. Yeah, give me piercing, because it also pushes my bullets farther away, which is fantastic. And also prevents me from accidentally exploding a grenade in my face. Especially when you're next to a tree. Yeah, so trees will give you iframes, and will also kill your shield, but they won't deal any damage to your health, which is nice. We'll take a... Blazing speed, very good. Assassin, also very, very good. But I need, like, targeted damage. So lightning every 2 shots. Oh, no. Squeezed out of there. Lightning every 2 shots, very good. Especially since I'm just going to be shooting bullets as fast as possible. I'm scared. Alright, so Pyro. Not very good on this gun. Energize, which gives you a percentage chance to refill ammo, not very good. Glare, glare is okay, which gives you damage per second within your vision range, which is currently very small. Electro Bug, potentially very good. You know, let's take an Electro Bug. It's just more free damage, which is nice. Yeah, there's a few archetypes for builds in this game, but it mostly just boils down to, are you playing a summon build? So you rely on like summon creatures. So the Electro Bug counts as a summon, I think. You have gun damage builds, so you would spec really high into like power shot and stuff. And then you have elemental builds, which is what I prefer. Because I don't know, I feel like at like higher difficulties, you need elemental damage for crowd control. Otherwise, it's just really difficult to do anything. Because once you get past 10 minutes, you just get absolutely swarmed. Ooh, I shouldn't be here. This upgrade is useless because I'll never be walking. Frostbite, though, one of the best upgrades in the game. because it deals true damage to bosses. So that's a boss right there. Weapons at the bottom of the unknown part of the sea. Are you talking about in like real life? I don't know. We probably will find the Freemasons down there. Possibly some ancient aliens. Or so I've been told on the History Channel. I don't know. I don't know. I would never want to go down to the bottom of the sea. Unfortunately, like I think I would be okay going to space, but going down to the bottom of the sea, absolutely not. I'm not scared of water, but I am extraordinarily uncomfortable being in water. Like I can swim pretty well, but I don't know. I just kind of sink when I'm in water. Probably because I'm like subconsciously holding my breath. All right, so I need to go grab the upgrade if I can make my way over there. Hooray, upgrade. Double how fast Abby fires during her special skill. Nice. Discover aliens. History Channel will have infinite content. Yes, the history, yes. My favorite kind of history, aliens. It's something I've always found kind of funny. It doesn't make any sense, but I'll let you do it. Yeah, no, I stopped watching History Channel around the time when they started making like the weird not history things. I suppose it's because they've run out of things to, you know, talk about, right? There's only so much history. So I suppose then you need to talk about made up history or, you know, history to be, future history, which doesn't make any sense at all. All right, this is actually not that bad, by the way. Much easier than my last run. If only because I have more direct damage. Ice Shard with this build, very good. Because I'm pretty much constantly emptying my entire magazine. Oh, but you don't want to be here. Ooh. I only see things about the World Wars. I don't consume much. That's fair. Most people only know about the World Wars. But even then, how much do you know about the World Wars? Because there's a lot of juicy content about them. Like, you mostly only hear about, you know, the war in the Pacific from the American perspective, or like the war in Europe. But there are other parts of the war as well that were very interesting, like the defense of European colonies, which, you know, boo colonization, right? But, you know, it's like the stand of the, what was it? It was like the last stand at Singapore, but like it was a vastly inferior Imperial Japanese force. I think they were outnumbered 3-1, which is, of course, very bad when you're the attacker, right? When you're the attacker, you usually want to be a numerical advantage. But they were able to take Singapore pretty quickly while taking like a ton of prisoners as well. Which is interesting, right? Or something that you never really hear about, especially later in the war, in the Pacific at least, right, is that most Japanese fighters weren't even Japanese. Well, I wouldn't say most Japanese fighters, but a sizable amount of like the troops in the Japanese military, or maybe it's just the army, I don't know, were conscripts who didn't even want to be there. Ooh, these are all bad. Because you don't want to bounce. You don't want to bounce your explosives. Move speed is, it's interesting. Let's zoom. I know a lot. You know, they only talk about 1944 and 1945, but 1941 a lot happened. Yeah, you know, like how Germany completely crushed pretty much everyone in Europe. That's pretty good. the 1930s, where Japan fought Russia, pretty much won. Fought China, also pretty much won. Although if you ask any Chinese person about it, and it's a good reason, right? Is that China at the time was completely neutered due to colonialization and the Opium Wars from the past centuries, the first and second Opium Wars. We already talked about the Battle of Singapore and Bruce Direct. Japanese are on bicycles and Blitzkrieg of bicycles. Yeah, well, it's just, you know, move fast. It's and also because a lot of the soldiers stationed in Singapore weren't even like British troops, they were colonial troops. I think a lot of them were Indian, which is why they had little to no incentive to actually fight. But I don't remember what happened to the prisoners of war though. I think they all died. Or a lot of them died. Or were they repatriated? Or were they just used as labor? I forget. I used to know. Oh no, please. I'm bad. Don't let me fail now. Oh, I'll take HP just because I don't want to get one shot. But also, there's a lot of... It's not a lot of space anymore, you might notice. Oh, kind of getting swarmed, which is unfortunate. I need to wiggle my way over, please. Oh no. Please. Oh no. Sure. Yeah, Singapore though, pretty sick. Air war over China, also pretty sick. The US Flying Tigers. I remember there's the airlift campaign over the Himalayas, which is pretty disastrous. Like, I think it had like a comparable like shoot down rates to like regular combat, even though they were just flying supplies over the Himalayas, right? Because of the high altitude. If there were ever any issues, they couldn't really descend to a safe altitude because they would just run into a mountain. And since I think, was it also because the air is lighter up there that they can't, that you need more power to sustain flight? Is it something like that? I'm scared, I can't look at chat right now. Because I need to scoot over every so slightly to pick up EXP. But my man is posting essays. 1937, 38, Japan and China, yep, mentioned that. Wuhan, Chinese versus 400,000 Japanese, clearly no information on battles as epic as those. Well, in Chinese history there is, but they're just not as well documented. And a lot of it's actually buried as well. So if you read like official Chinese history from the PRC, People's Republic of China, you'll mostly find it's like they'll say that the communists did a lot of the fighting, but actually no, it was the Kuomintang, which I'm absolutely butchering that name, that provided most of the troops. And there's actually a lot of lots of good references about that. Oh, not good references, good movies about that. Which are, I suppose, are closer to being like Taiwanese propaganda, but where a lot of communist troops were really poor farmers who had never seen like light bulbs before. So when they, you know, they invaded down south, they pushed down south, they would try to light their cigarettes on, you know, light bulbs because they didn't know what the heck a light bulb was. A sad situation overall. Information is in the Communist Republic. They clearly manipulate everything to infinity and beyond. Yeah, there's a lot of manipulation, of course. You know, there's... What are you gonna do about it, right? The information is just out there in, you know, ROC, Republic of China, aka Taiwan. And pretty much everyone knows like the real story, especially as long as you don't listen to like PRC sponsored histories. Or you can listen to them, right? Like the death counts for those battles are fairly accurate. They might be a bit inflated. And also I think the PRC denies ever flooding was it the Yellow River or the Yangtze River? Which killed a ton of people. I don't know if it was, I don't want to speak out of turn here, but I want to say it was about as many, or it might have been more than the Japanese killed. But of course it also starved out the Japanese. You know, and then if you listen to the Japanese history, then they'll deny any massacres ever happened in China, of course, which is why a lot of the older generation in China still does not like Japan. Like, if they were born, like my parents were born in like the 60s and they don't really care too much about Japanese stuff. Like, there's a little bit of bias, but for the most part, it's okay. But you know, my grandparents though, strong bias against Japanese stuff. Only thing the U.S. did was fly over the zones and bomb the main island. Well, you know, along with the entire island hopping campaign, suffering grievous losses, you know, and also just being attacked pretty much out of nowhere during Pearl Harbor. Never seen the memorial though. I would love to do that one day, but I've never been to Hawaii. This is getting a bit rough, by the way. We're doing a lot of micro dodging. Another funny thing. Hold on. I saw something about Ukraine. The Second World War is that there's a Ukrainian city called Kharkov, and there are at least 4 battles, and 22 became the second of this year and the 6th in all of history. That makes sense. Makes sense. Yeah, Eastern Front, very rough. I used to know a lot more about the Eastern Front, but I've forgotten most of the history now. I don't know, because it's mostly just like, you know, I know the basics, you know, Stalin, not one step back. And then because of the supply shortage, not everyone got a gun in some engagements. It's something that's often repeated, but I don't think it was, I don't remember it being super widespread, but it is like shocking to hear. Please. I need to kill the boss before the next boss spawns. I have 2 minutes, that's fine. My DPS output is very low. Oh, baby. Alright. Move speed and reload rate by 35% for 2 seconds after reloading. That's fine. Yeah, look how fast we are. Intense burn, why not? I'm scared. I can really only dodge like when it starts getting tight, I can only dodge like a few pixels up or down, left and right. But I need to pick up EXP so I can get more upgrades. Alright, this one's good. Power shot, absolutely not. Well, not yet anyways. Maybe eventually. This one's pretty good. The Ascended upgrades. Or the Synergy upgrades. Yeah. But I know in at least high school I was very good at history. truthfully, that was the only interesting part about high school. Hated math. I was good at English, but just wasn't interesting. Like, I hate being forced to read books. I lost my shield. Oh, no. No rubber bullets. Let's say, okay, I guess we'll take light weaponry at this point. You know, those are other times there's 700,000 Soviet soldiers in Kiev, and the Germans passed by and surrounded them. They don't exist anymore. In Kiev? I don't remember. I don't remember. There's a lot that happened on the Eastern Front. Definitely one of the harshest fronts for sure. Right, so this, they had to fight the bitter cold. They had to fight, oh no, they're absolutely psychopath commanders, or commander-in-chiefs, right? So like Stalin, not a soldier, was still giving commands to his generals. Probably not a good move, if I had to guess, but also Hitler was a soldier, was distinguished with an Iron Cross during World War I, but also made bad decisions. Like, wasn't it like he had the opportunity to march on Moscow, but decided that he wanted to take Stalingrad or something because it would have been like a moral victory or something like that? Which I can see the logic behind it, but you know, probably the capital is a little bit more important rather than taking the city that just has the dictator's name on it, you know? Oh no. They put documentaries with action scenes and sounds on, the kids would pay attention. Oh yeah. Well, even if they didn't have like the sounds and stuff, I would still pay attention. I think it's interesting, right? Like, learning about military history is interesting. Military history is interesting. It's like the colonization of the Americas, not super interesting to me personally. Or like ancient Sumerian history, you know, kind of a snoozer, right? Although I was very good at that. Modern history, also kind of a snooze, you know. Like, honestly, like, I'm not able to name too many US presidents. I can name the most recent ones, but after that, I don't know. You know, there's George Washington, John Adams, Thomas Jefferson, Andrew Johnson. That's about it. You know, there's Garfield, died in office. What other presidents are there? Oh no. Starting to take bad damage because I'm getting mind flooded. I'm scared. Alright. US versus Mexico, how they tell the story there. Mexico deserved it. The US-Mexican War was it a US war, or wasn't it like Texas seceded from Mexico and then Mexico tried to take it back? And then the US kind of sort of, not really, just kind of sent troops anyways. Yeah, for the most part, they teach it as, you know, it's not great. At least where oh, I don't want to play this one again. This one's tough. Just kill me. Like, westward expansion is usually framed as being pretty bad. Due to the treatment of native peoples and all that. The secession of Texas, well, I'm not from Texas. I would have to assume they teach it differently in Texas. But where I'm from, they, it was a tricky situation, but it's still framed as being good, right? Because you're never going to say like, oh, this state should never have been a state. I think the roughest one is Hawaii, for sure. Like, we don't usually go too much into depth about Hawaii, even though Hawaii was a sneaky operation, so to say. annexed territories are worth $1 billion. In Mexican tanzas, it would be 1 billion bolivars. I believe that. Yeah, I suppose they're just lucky that the US wasn't super united at the time. Otherwise, I totally believe they would have just gone for it, really, if they had more federal support. But federal support a little lacking in the early days of the US, which is where you get a lot of the, you know, the states' rights people being, oh no, you know, too much government overreach. But I think if there was more government overreach in earlier US history, more of the North American continent would be under US control, never to be given back. All right, also I'm playing an easy mode character because I just want an easy win. This character focuses pretty much entirely, exclusively on elemental damage. So every shot I think has a 50% chance of triggering a lightning strike, which is just free damage. So you're hyper incentivized to just fire as many bullets. It doesn't matter how much damage each bullet does, but it's better to have something with a quick reload time, like a shotgun. Your character puts up a lot of resistance. Yeah. It's, I don't know, once you get a lot of the meta upgrades, it doesn't become super difficult anymore. It's only once you get to the, you know, as I said, once you get past the 10-minute mark, or even once you get to the 5-minute mark, it starts to get really difficult. The early game, not too hard. You know, just need to make sure you keep shooting, right? Because the entire game is a DPS check, right? How efficient can you be in, you know, landing shots? Or that's pretty much every top-down shooter, but that's something that also like boggles my mind when I watch other people play these type of games, is that they'll like run around and not shoot. Like, I get it, you know, your move speed decreases. Like, you might notice, like, I'm not stopping to shoot, by the way. I've been holding down a key the entire time, but whenever I shoot, I like stop to like a walking speed. Right. So I get it, sometimes you can't shoot, but I mean, that's the tactics, right? You need to find the path that allows you to shoot the most. All right, and also take good upgrades, like Shatter. So whenever you kill an enemy that is frozen, they will explode, dealing a percentage of their maximum health to neighboring enemies, which is very, very good. So now that I got this early game, I've pretty much won, as long as I don't mess it up. And then I think this will also allow me to finish at the top of the hour, and then I'll move on to programming. But today is my day off. My company forces me to take days off. Do you say that when you did live shows to fill up in video games? More people came? Yeah, generally, yeah. I mean, I think more people are interested in watching, I guess, level design rather than programming. And well, when you're streaming video games, no one cares. Streaming video games is absolute garbage. When you're streaming playing video games, it's hard to get people to watch, unless you already have an audience or you network really well. I don't really have too much interest in doing that, though. Because getting paid to talk, I already get paid to talk. That's my normal job. I think I would hate to have to, you know, feel pressured to talk at, you know, streaming, which is just kind of a hobby, you know? Because even when I write just regular software, I don't get paid to do it. I just do stuff. All right, this one's Fanfire, very good. Take Aim, also very good. Oh, it's your day off, good to hear. Yeah, well, my company forces me to take days off, right? Because otherwise I just never take any days off. Which leads me to, you know, at the very end of the year, they're like, you know, Tim, you know, you can't just take all of December off, but we also do not pay you for days not taken, so enjoy having all of December off. Also, you're in big trouble. The first time I did it, like I took like almost no days off during my first year with my current company. And then I had to sit down with some senior managers who were talking to me about blah, blah, you know, mental health. Also, we can't have you, you know, sitting on the bench, but like being paid for it for a month, even though you aren't on the bench. So now I just take random days off whenever I feel like it. As a company requirement. Paid vacations sound great. Well, you know, in the US you have a certain amount of PTO, so I get, I think, 20 days of PTO a year, in addition to all the random days of PTO I get as well. So in the US we have Juneteenth off, which is, when is Juneteenth? Juneteenth is next Monday, so I actually have a 5-day weekend, which is really nice. And then also, my company just gives me like Christmas Eve until the New Year's off as well. Plus just like a bunch of random days, so it's nice, it's nice. That's why I've stuck with my current company for, I think, 5 years now? Or it's gonna be 5 years in September or August, one of those months. This isn't Godot. It will be Godot, I swear, Dash. In about 10 minutes or 15 minutes, whenever this run is over. I just want to get one good run. Let me see. Rage is very good, but Tome of Elements, bullet damage halved, but my bullet damage is already garbage. But it increases elemental damage. So lightning, freeze, lightning damage up, freeze duration up, burn damage up. See why your brothers from the south run there? My brothers from the south. Let's go down. Someone redeemed pivot? Nope. I just, you know, I was already playing video games. I was like, you know what? I was also planning on streaming early today. Might as well, right? Because I like this game, right? It's like Geometry Wars. That might be a dated reference. But I did have an Xbox 360 way back in the day, and that was a great game in my opinion. Yeah. I've already beat this game on the hardest difficulty, and I'm playing it on the hardest difficulty, but with the easiest character in my opinion. I don't know, I just find it fun to play. It's very satisfying. Even though I already know what all the synergies are. So, like for example, right now I have a lightning character with a strong lightning synergy. So every bullet landed has I think it's a 20% shot of refilling 3 bullets in my gun. My gun only has a magazine capacity of 3 bullets, which means if I just hold down the shoot key, I'm golden. Yeah, but yeah. No one redeemed pivot. I'm just playing games. Because I had the day off. Yeah, but not every company is like mine, though. My company is kind of... I kind of lucked out, right? Like, the previous company I was with, the one that I got hired to, or got hired into right out of college, or university, rather, that one was garbage. Absolute garbage. You could probably, like, they probably have offices in your country because they're pretty worldwide. They're also renowned for being like a tier 3 consulting firm. Might have heard it. It's called Capgemini. What a garbage company to work for. All my coworkers were useless, or most of my coworkers were useless. So it was really only the tech leads, and then like the tech lead pretty much like mentored me exclusively because everyone else was like, oh, how do I, you know, how do I get a UI element to show up? And I was like, just like the tool is just right here. The tool is literally drag and drop. Drag and drop the UI element into place. I don't see how this is so hard, you know? But even then, I didn't get promoted, which is bizarre, so I, you know, started looking around, found a new company, and here I am. With way more vacation days as well. Probably changed it, so I was excited for Joker 2 until they said it was going to be a musical. I saw that. That's bizarre. Is it a free game? No, it is like $3 though, so it's very cheap. And I think it's worth it. It's a fun game. Runs pretty well as well. It is made in Unity, which is not bad actually. If you want to make a game like this, Unity, not a bad choice. Not a bad choice. Alright, fresh clip, probably pretty good, but fanfire better. The target audience of magical girl animes. Have you seen Madoka Magica? What's the Madoka? Is that the name of the anime, Madoka Magica? It's like the preeminent magical girl show. It's very good. You're playing a space aliens like game with interesting and nice graphics. It is pretty fun. Hello, Arteno. It's been a little bit. I remember you. How goes the 3D modeling? That's the last thing I remember. Playing games gives you more audience. Yeah, it's pretty weird, right? It's pretty weird. Even though this game is pretty mindless, once you learn the good synergies. I think a good challenge run for this one would actually be like just do a summon only run, which is very tough. Because I mentioned it. I mentioned it like roughly 30 minutes ago. So there's 3 types of builds. There's bullet damage builds. There are elemental damage builds, which are the easiest ones, and then there's summon builds. So this is a summon ghost friend, which is it's okay, kind of bad. But summon builds in general very tough to make work, especially on the hardest difficulty. I don't think so. This is level, you know, it's more people than usually turn in this early into the day, right? Or maybe it's because it's summer vacation, at least. I don't know. In the US, it's summer vacation. I don't know about the rest of the world. I've never gone to school in the rest of the world. Started watching Madoka Magica. Right now, it's a fever dream. Madoka Magica is very good. It's like surprisingly like grim. What's up, Duck? I saw what seems to be your IRL pick on your YouTube channel. Is this a game you made? No, I'm just playing a random game. It came out like I think a week ago maybe, but I find it really fun. And also, it's called 20 Minutes Till Dawn, right? And might have guessed it only takes 20 minutes to finish a run, which is what I'm trying to do. So once I'm done with this one, I'll get back to the actual meat and potatoes of this channel, if you will. What a strange idiom. Meat and potatoes. But once I'm done with this, I'll get back to working on the VTuber stuff. But today's my day off, right? You gotta play a few video games. Yeah. You know what they say, all work, no play makes Jack a dull boy, etc., etc. I've never seen The Shining, but I do know that it is one of the standout lines from that film. Spoilers for a very old movie. I saw it. Godot. Who is this Dot you speak of, and why are they trying to go? Look at this. Oh. Yeah, this build, by the way, is really strong if you couldn't tell. Just gotta dodge every once in a while, lose a bit of DPS to clear out the mobs. Fusillade. Projectiles 1, spread 15, bullet damage lower, but bullet damage was already garbage. Doubles base projectiles, which triggers more lightning strikes. Oh baby. And also triggers triggers more lightning strikes, which actually they don't synergize with anything just yet. Yeah, actually, I need to get the burn damage upgrade so I can start causing burn damage with every lightning strike as well. Yeah, but you know, this morning, because usually on days where I don't have to show up on early morning calls, I'll just lay in bed for forever, reading random programming articles like a turbo nerd. Yeah, Tori, which is like Electron. So if you don't know what Electron is, it's pretty much the standard for every single modern desktop app if you want it to be easily cross-platform. So Spotify uses Electron, Discord's desktop app uses Electron, but also Electron is super inefficient, has huge like binary sizes, but in return you get to use the same UI stuff that you use for like you know, in the browser. The styling will be consistent across every single platform, which is why people like Electron, right? But it's slow, uses a ton of memory, etc. So Tori is a Rust implementation of it that uses your system's native web view whatevers. So on Windows, it uses WebView 2, which is shipped with Windows by default. Linux, it uses libgtk, and then Mac, it uses whatever Mac uses. I think it's just WebKit. But yeah, it's recently released into 1.0. Allows for way smaller applications. The specification they gave on their release notes was, or not release notes, but on their README for their GitHub, is that I think it's like a 400 megabyte application that would use Electron. If you build it with Tori instead, it's only about 20 megabytes, right? Because you're really only bundling a tiny binary, basically just the runner, and then it uses all the system libraries, so you don't need to package, you know, Google Chrome with your application anymore. You just use the system libraries. It is beautiful. File sizes smaller. Memory usage lower because you're not bundling Chrome again, which is what Electron does, right? All right, mini clip, reload rate up, bullet damage up, doesn't matter. Max ammo down, 666, which means I get to trigger this synergy. So I have a synergy where wherever you run out of ammo in your magazine, not a clip, in your magazine, I shoot in a circle and also release icicles. Very, very strong. But then also, because I shoot so many bullets, my magazine refills pretty much instantly because of the lightning strikes. So as long as I'm actually shooting an enemy, I will never run out of ammo. Well, I'll never have to reload, which is pretty sick. Tori is what? So it's spelled Tauri. So it is a it's like an application framework. Well, it's not an application framework. It's like a bundling framework. I'm not sure. What would you classify Electron as? It's in the same space as Electron, basically, but it's a lot more lightweight, and also allows you to program application logic in Rust, which is what Tori is written in. Which is nice, right? So now you don't need to depend on, you know, the JavaScript V8 engine, which is honestly like V8 engine JavaScript, which is what Chrome uses. It's very big, but it's also very, very fast. A little insecure, to be sure, because I believe it JITs your code. Alright, fire rate. Most of these don't matter. Most of these don't matter. Fire rate up, why not? Yeah. Look at that. Now we can pretty much just stand still. But yeah, it's basically Electron but lighter weight. And allows you to write native code without having to hack the V8 engine, blah blah blah. And I was thinking about it. I was like, wait a minute. So if it allows me to write native code and it comes with its own, I suppose, custom JavaScript engine, which is one of the things I was kind of concerned about. But if it's as fast as V8 and it's compatible with NPM, then that means I could potentially rewrite my VTuber thing in Tori, right? Because there's a lot of NPM libraries for displaying VRM models, which is really nice. And you get a lot of things for free, like you get media pipe for basically free, or JavaScript media pipe, and then you could choose to go down to, you know, native media pipe if you really wanted to, right? Via Rust's FFI. Apparently Rust is the fastest safe language out there. No language is truly safe, but at least Rust gives you memory safety guarantees, so you'll never have undefined behavior, or at least that's the, in theory, as long as you're using completely safe Rust, you'll never have undefined behavior. Whereas in, you know, C++, C, if you you free some data at a pointer, but then you give that pointer to another object, and that object places some new data at that pointer, assuming that the pointer is okay to use, then that's when you run into problems, right? So it's like if I told you, like, hey, you know, go to this address to go buy your groceries, but in between, when you're traveling to go get your groceries, they were like, you know what? Let's just turn this into a prison. And then when you go to that address, now suddenly you're in prison, and that's undefined behavior. It's something that's unexpected, basically. It's a gross oversimplification, but that's pretty much it. Yeah. Rust? Rust? You know, I've played Rust the game. I found it very boring, but maybe it's because, I don't know, I don't really like multiplayer games all that much. I'm not really into multiplayer games. Mostly because, like, getting griefed by other people for, like, no reason is, like, super annoying. It's not really part of my prerogative. Anyways, I'm not really focusing on the game anymore. As long as you just hold down the mouse button, there's no way you can really lose. Unless I, you know, get shot by one of these beholders. Alright, is that what they're called in D&D, beholders? Like the big, or I guess they're kind of small, but you know, the little monsters with the big eye. They're called beholders, right? I've never played Dungeons and Dragons. So yeah. I like writing Rust lang. I don't like playing Rust the game, but Rust lang is nice. I've also finally figured out how to do generics, so that's simplified my life a lot. It's okay, I don't play this game too. My laptop was scared when he saw him. You mean this game? Or Rust? I know Rust is very popular on Twitch, but... Or I guess it's more popular among big streamers, but that's because you get like weird streamer interactions and whatnot. Or it allows for like chat to stream snipe you, which I've always found to be kind of weird, but you know, if you're trying to play a character, you know, you exaggerate your reactions for chat. Yeah, I get it, you know. I don't know. But for me, for the most part, you're getting a pretty much just my personality right now. For you to talk to me in real life, I would be about the same. For the most part. Might be a bit quieter if we're not speaking one-on-one. In real life, I tend to shut up when there's more than 2 people in a conversation. Unless I'm getting paid. Yeah. Kind of a... You know, kind of a... What's a nicer word than whore? Prostitute, yeah. Yeah. I'll do anything, really, if the price is right. Oh, thank you very much for redeeming a hydrate. I won, by the way. Check this out. Just to prove that I have beaten the entire game. Look at that. 15 15s all across the board. Mood, vibe. I know one of my friends in IRL, but I haven't seen them IRL for like years now. Mostly because of the pandemic, and also because I've been graduated for a while. And they live in, I think they live in Philadelphia. I don't live in Philadelphia. Oh, I'm almost out of water. Yeah, they hate it when people use like Twitch emotes in real life. Like, don't say Kappa, don't say Sag. Don't say mood, don't say vibe. Or if you're gonna use those words in a sentence, use them in a sentence. Any new settings for make avatar models? Oh, I did say that I was gonna be done after this run. Okay, let's move on to something that isn't a video game. No, it's just my desktop. This one. Yeah, okay. So apologies if you came here for gameplay. But I usually, generally only work on VTuber stuff. What was my old stream title? Does anyone remember? I suppose I could just look on my stream manager and look at my old content. Video producer. Working on a VTuber renderer in Godot. Oh, I didn't change my stream title. Oh my god. I've been under the wrong tag this entire time. I'm dumb. No one told me. Ah! I set everything up perfectly. It was beautiful. I had such a good title as well. I apologize for anyone who got scammed. I thought I pressed done in OBS, but I guess I didn't. It was like, what was the title? I've already forgotten it. I guess it wasn't that good if I already forgot it. So I think there's a little water in your alcohol. Joke's on you. I'm not drinking alcohol right now. I have been drinking this Monster energy drink though, because I'm a total degenerate. Alright, but yeah, I guess we'll just go back to the old tag. God, I hate that. I always forget to do it whenever I switch to something new. I'll change the title, I'll change the category, I'll change my tags, and then not press done in OBS. Because in OBS, right, you have the stream information right here. So you change everything, but then you need to press done. And I just never do that. I'm apparently like an old man who doesn't know how to write stuff. Oh, I mean, I'm on the wrong thing as well. Was I? No, you can still hear me, okay. Yeah, it was clickbait though, I apologize. Happened to me in the air conditioner yesterday. When I was in Malaysia for a little bit, that happened to me sometimes. Where I would set the temperature, be like, all right, like please turn off after like 30 minutes, and then I'll wake up in the middle of the night, just freezing. The temperature in the room is dropped to like 10 Celsius. I'm like, man, I feel bad, and also it's is cold. Even though in Malaysia, like the ambient temperature hovers at around like 30. Is that 30? What's 90 Fahrenheit? What's 90 Fahrenheit to 90 Fahrenheit to Celsius? 30. Yeah. About 30. I knew that. Yeah. It's like 30 is hot, 0 is cold, and that's, yeah, 30 is hot, 0 is cold. That's pretty much all I know about Celsius. Everything else I just kind of guess. Isn't it like 20 Celsius is what you want to be at? Yeah, 20 Celsius is pretty sick. Actually, 21 is probably better. 21? Nice. Clip yesterday's moment I made you sing an anime song. Did I sing an anime song? That's the only anime song I know. We're all going old with sleepless nights. It's what me and your mother did last night. Got him. I apologize. That was crass. Oh, did I not? Oh, I didn't set my... I also track my time, so check it out. Actually, don't check this out, because then you'll know what what I actually do for work. I do track my actual time, independent of my work, just to have an idea of how many hours I work per week. Japanese jingle bells. There's the classic meme. If you're into like anime, it's hashiri sore o. What is that? Hashiri, yeah, or hashire sore o. Sori. Oh. Is it yo or no? It's o. Anyways, something like that. Padoru. Something like that. Send you the link on Twitch DMs, please. I don't check my Twitch DMs. I barely check my Discord DMs. I generally dislike it when people... You can post links in chat, by the way. Oh, I don't have headphones plugged in. Hold on. Oh, no. I have headphones plugged into my other computer. So can I hear things from here? No, I can't. Is it this one? Is it this one? Can I hear this one? Oh, that was a song. I did not know that. I thought you were just typing like garbage in the chat. Yeah, you can post whatever into Twitch chat as long as you're not like advertising or whatnot. Well, unless you're a streamer. If you're a streamer, you can feel free to drop your link in the chat or whatnot. It doesn't bother me. Bring me back to voice meter, by the way. Post it to your Discord in the void. The void, so in my Discord, I guess we're just gonna get super distracted. The void is just like for mean-spirited people. Like the deleted user here was being a weirdo. But I kind of dislike outright banning people. Mostly because like when someone gets banned, some people like to get a little vindictive, right? And then they'll make an alternate account. They'll join back in and then just post like the absolute worst things imaginable. But if you were to just, you know, banish them to the void, aka limit all their settings. Let me see. Roles. Isn't there? Yeah. So if you go to roles, then you can only see the void, and you can look at recent chat history in text channels, right? So you get banished here. You might, it gives you a little bit of hope, so you don't, you know, go nuclear and then post the most horrid stuff imaginable, right? You know, oh, maybe I'll get unbanned, maybe, but I will never unban you unless you apologize, which they didn't, and then they got their account banned. I think that's my approach to moderation, is that I never ban anybody, but if I have the ability to time you out for like a very long time, I will. Right, because you never want to take away all hope for somebody. You never want to take away all hope. All right, but this is where we're at, by the way. So make human progress. I think it might just work. Well, it's hard to say. I've rewritten a lot of the handler code, but this is what it looks like so far, right? The tracking rewritten, so it supports multiple trackers running at the same time now. Previously, it was hard-coded for OpenCFace, but now I have a better system where this is OpenCFace. The runner, the screen here, just calls this apply function and passes you all of this information. And then here, you see we just run through every single tracker, pass in all the necessary data, and then we apply the interpolation data to the model. 40k points away from pivot. Can you ban me for inactivity? How do I ban you for inactivity? If you can tell me how to ban you, I can ban you. I mean, that's no problem. Forgot what pivot means. Pivot means, you know, change to something else, right? So when you say that we're pivoting to something else, you know, so if I'm doing thing A and then we pivot to thing B, that's called a pivot. It's kind of a more colloquial term. It's a very American English thing. It might even be like a Southeast, like an American Southeast term. Or maybe not, actually, because I also hear it like a lot from, I guess maybe it's just like an old person term. Like I know a lot of the Zoomer lingo is like, you know, on God, no cap, whatever. I don't know what that means anymore, man. The heck is no cap? I think we're friends. Are we friends? Or are we frenemies? Ooh woo. Frenemy always makes me think of like, it's not weird, by the way, but always makes me think of like a hate boner. It's like, the heck is a frenemy? Your best frenemy? So like, almost like a hate boner, you want to interact with somebody that you hate? Question mark? What does that mean? Follow age? Nope, no night bots. I only have my bot, but I think my bot is currently dead anyways. Yeah, my bot is currently dead. I'm rewriting it, but it's taking a little bit. Let me see. Here, we need to go to this. I think interpolation data, I need to, oh yeah, here's what I can do. So this will never be true. But here, we can take the interpolation data. So the interpolation data has all of this stuff, right? So we have your bone translation, rotation, so we can grab all of this stuff. So stored offsets. And big sorry to anybody who came here for gameplay. We're doing programming instead. Stored offsets. So we have that. So interpolation data. Bone translation. Or no, stored offsets. Hey, wait. Hold on. What the heck? Stored offsets has translation offsets. Yeah, okay, that's why it's not giving me anything. Translation offset is equal to interpolation data, bone translation, and then it should be your target value. Yeah. Stored offsets. So this is something that's only called on demand, so it won't, it's okay if it's a bit inefficient, that's what I'm trying to say. And this is what's really nice about having a very high DPI, not DPI, high resolution monitor, is that you can have multiple things on screen at once. Close this as well. So you have a bit more screen real estate to work with, even though I have 4 screens. This is my only 4K monitor. So rotation offset, it should be your interpolation data, bone rotation. I think that's probably good enough. We'll have to think about it. Offsets. Need to have your quad offset. I actually don't think I use your quad offset at all. So we can just ignore that. Or what the heck is rotation? Yeah, rotation offset is a vector 3. The quat is phenomenal. Left eye gaze offset is interpolation data. Left gaze target. So your app will only be in English. There are no language packs. It's not hard to add language packs. I think if you look at my really old code, I did have a translation manager at some points. So if we go back before the mega rewrites, yeah, back to this one. Let me look at the code. Browse files, utils. Yeah, so there should be a translation manager. Yeah, and the translation files were all just stored in resources. So here's like a translation files. I only had English because I'm only fluent in English, unfortunately. Although it did have supports for simplified Chinese, traditional Chinese, and Japanese. Well, because it was using a Google font at the time. But also that Google font was like 50 megabytes. It was huge. Right? So, I don't know. Like I don't speak any other language fluently. But also there's not too much to, I guess, translate, I suppose. Because everything else is not really provided by me. I should bring up my projector for 1440p instead of 1080. 1440p is that's not 2K, that's like 1.5K, right? Wouldn't it be for a projector you would actually want to have a higher resolution so you can have the projector be farther away from the wall if you wanted it to be? Projector from 360 to 540. 540 POG. Is 540 QHD? If I were to translate to Vangla, what would I have to modify? I don't really have a system in place for that just yet. It's a little tough because I'm in the middle of strong rewrites. Let me think. What would you need to change here? So kill this. If we go to screens, there's really only all the GUI's stuff are right here. So I suppose this would probably need to be translated. I'm not sure how to do this, but I'll think about it. This is the script for hooking everything up. So yeah, so use transparent background. So if you go into the settings here, right, so settings, we have rendering, transparent background, use FXAA. I'm not on X11 or OS X, so that option doesn't show up for me. So I suppose I would need to have a separate translation step somewhere. So in like base layouts, we'll have like translate UI elements, right? And then I would need to think about it. I would have I would need to do like a separate built-in, and it would just have I don't know, like a separate translation step somewhere. I don't know. I'll think about it. And then it'll pull from resource files, of course. They pull all strings from a file. Yeah, that's also it's close to how a CMS would work. Yeah, that's how I wanted to do it before, but it's just very awkward to do. Yeah. So you would have a content management service basically. So you preload like English, but then you can select other resources. But it's a bit tough. I still need to think about the design of it because a lot of resources here are still kind of hard coded, unfortunately. I don't have a good reason for it. So let me see. Like a lot of these pop-ups, right? Like Bones. Oh, actually, Bones doesn't have anything. Bones is auto-generated, but I suppose the name of this element could be pulled from somewhere else. So you might notice that here, Bones doesn't have anything here, but these are all auto-generated, so I would need to think about it. Hello, Rotbjorn. How are you? So check this out. I'm going to kill the face tracker here. I'm streaming very early today because I have today off. As I've mentioned about 1 million times at this point. I don't usually stream at this time. But, you know, work mandated breaks so you don't burn out, but joke's on them, I already burnt out. What the heck? What is this? That's not quite correct. It's not setting the value correctly. So it should be taking the value directly from the thing. I thought 10:30 p.m. was early for you. Oh, absolutely not. Actually, what happens if I kill this? Does it... Okay, so it kills it automatically. Cool. No, 10:30 p.m. is very late for me. It's very late for me. Yeah. Yeah, but translation stuff I still need to think about. Not too hard though. But the hard part is that since I allow for, you know, everything is done via extensions. Since everything, lots of things are done via extensions like so. So high level architecture. Oh, I should do it like this. So you view, no. So you view this. So extensions, everything is in extensions. So you can load in arbitrary bits of code, and then those arbitrary bits of code would need to provide their own translation units as well. So I'm not, that's why it's hard, right? I can't just have like a central place for all variables. And I'm doing it like this so that it's easy to add new features in the future, right? So you can plug and play certain things if you don't want it. So one of the things I want to do is have it so you can also map like mouse data to your model. So I thought that would be pretty cool. So for example, if you're doing, you know, anime model, right? If I'm catfishing you, like so, you could use the face tracker. You could use the face tracker for, you know, face tracker stuff. But then you could also manipulate the arms, or you could have the arms be manipulated by your mouse. So even when you don't have the thing on screen, I have a bit of code that I'm actually using for this application, Friendly Potato Stream. So you might notice, look at that, I can turn on background mouse listening, which is basically a keylogger. So what I'm getting to here is that if you don't want to have the keylogger on your system, you could just take it out and then, you know, the application would still work, and I don't need to provide a separate build of the application, right? So if you don't want certain parts, you don't need to have certain parts. But that introduces some complexity when you want to do like translation stuff, right? Because how do you provide the translation units for that? So we'll think about it. The duck is mimicking the Exorcist movie. Yes. I've never seen any of the... I've never seen The Grudge. I've only seen like 2 horror movies. I think there's one horror movie that's very subtle. Like it only has a few jump scares. Insidious. I've seen Insidious. Insidious, I think. Is Insidious? Yeah, I think I've seen Insidious. Yeah, this looks about right. And I've seen Human Centipede, which is not really a horror movie. It's more of like just a body horror kind of thing. Man, I watched Human Centipede though when I was in university. I don't know why we watched it. It was like the second week of our first year in university, and we're just like, I don't know. You know, we went up and down that dorm hallway. We only found one other person who wanted to watch a movie, and then we watched Human Centipede. What a great party movie to watch. But it was a good time. It was a good time. It was very strange, to be sure. Very strange, very strange. Stored offsets. So why isn't this taking into account stored offsets? Or is it because these are incorrect? Update to values. So this is my interpolation data. None of the eyebrow stuff really needs to be set correctly. I think like this is okay for the most part. How was I doing this before? I've already pushed the latest to master, so I've lost my anchor, my rock here. 2 horror movies. Wow, that's a lot. Don't know how you ended up watching the Human Centipede. 2 horror. Well, I don't know if you're being sarcastic or not, but 2 horror movies, not the greatest. Like I'm not the. I've also watched the first Saw movie. Not very good. But so I suppose I've watched 3 horror movies. I'm not into watching horror though. My heart rate, my resting heart rate's high enough already. You know, I don't need to have a heart attack while I'm still in my 20s. All right, hold on. I'm looking at something on my other screen, which is why it doesn't look like I'm doing anything, but I swear I am. Let me see. So when you set these target values, target translation, bone translation target value. Yeah, these should be the target values. And then these are the various offsets. So the translation is the translation, phenomenal. Rotation is the Euler. Euler is the rotation, bone rotation, I think. Hold on, update values. This is done from OpenSea Face. Oh, it's because it's that's kind of tough. That's kind of tough because I don't have direct access to all of this stuff. Or at least there's not, I guess, a good consensus here on how to do this stuff. Okay, so update values, interpolation data, update values. I'm thinking. So if I were to go back to this, let's turn off the tracker again. I don't have a great way of debugging this, by the way, because I do have to run everything on a thread, which poses a few problems, if you can believe that. So this is the raw data. So you just keep going. Just keep going. I'm not really sure what's going on. I guess I could just query this. I could just query it. But I'm not going to. Let me see. Bones. We could just try to wiggle the head over. So it should pose. I guess that's not going to work because it's all based off of your interpolation values. That's right. All right, stop this. I don't know. And I'm also leaking values, which is very annoying. Do I leak values normally? So if I go here, do I still leak? No. If I go here, do I still leak? So here, let me close. No, it's only when we have a tracker running that we leak. So if I go here, tracking, and then I go back to main menu, do I leak anything? Yeah, no, it's only when you run the tracker that you start leaking data. Or leaking objects, which is almost the same thing. Recommend Hostel and the classic 1975 Texas Chainsaw Massacre. I'm assuming you mean Texas Chainsaw Massacre, not just Texas Massacre. I think the U.S. state of Texas has enough massacres already. Hey yo, got 'em, etc., etc. All right. I just got to keep an eye on this. I'm wondering what's leaking here. So we go here, blah blah. We start tracking. It looks absolutely demonic. Then we can close. Resources still in use. Oh, it's the I see. I think. Yeah, it's the UDP receiver. So the thread is getting leaked. So it's not shutting down properly. Leaking, that means it eventually drains memory and crashes? Yeah. So if you were to do... Well, actually, I don't know. Let me check again. It just happens sometimes when you don't properly clean everything up. So I just got to check one time. So we stopped this. So we stopped this. Do we leak anything or no? So we close. Yeah, so we still leak here. But why is that? I shouldn't be leaking anything because I did close it explicitly. So when you stop receiver, you stop tracker, blah blah, start receiver, blah blah, stop tracker calls this thing, and then it calls a few other things in sequence, right? So we try to clean up the thread, and then we also try to clean up the server. But what is UDP server? UDP server should just be a reference. So right, UDP server is a reference, yeah. Yeah, but it will drain memory eventually. But it's only, I think, it's something here because these are all... Tracking backend interface is a reference as well, so there's no way to explicitly delete it. And a lot of these other things are also just... Oh, actually, packet peer UDP extends a packet peer. What does packet peer extend? I believe packet peer is also a reference. Packet peer. Yeah, it's also a reference, so it should automatically clean itself up. So I'm going to translate better, or what's how they put it in the United States. Well, Texas Chainsaw Massacre, right, is what I'm assuming you're talking about. Texas Chainsaw Massacre. 1974, actually, in the US. Potentially. Movie. When was it? Oh, there's a new one on Netflix or something? What the heck? Named confusingly the same thing, but yeah, Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Actually, is it chainsaw with a space in between? What the heck? That's interesting. Interesting. I've never seen it. I hear it's good though. But I think if I'm gonna watch like a horror-esque movie, like I know The Shining isn't a horror movie, it's a thriller. But I think that's the next one I would probably watch. Resources still in use. Leaked instance. Oh, actually, now I have everything here. Yeah, it's probably the thread. I never removed any childs here. Leaked instances. Resource path. Yeah, it's almost certainly the thread that got leaked. I don't have a great answer for that, unfortunately. But we're going to get rid of this anyway. I know why this isn't working out. It's because it's trying to update the value. It's trying to update the interpolation value here improperly, which is tough. Because it's taking the current interpolation data target value and setting it to our stored offsets. But here in OpenCFace GD, we're also updating the interpolation value based off of the previous stored offset. So if you have no stored offsets, it's a bit incorrect. Actually, yeah, what the heck? I'm thinking. There's a good way of doing this, because I know how else you could do it is just like I need to pull the raw data. I need this translation value. I need this rotation value. I need the left gaze get Euler value and the right gaze get Euler value, and then store these as the offsets. I don't need the pre-offsets value or the post-offset value. I need the pre-offset value. So I can't use this because these are post-offsets. Which is why like when I set these values, the duck head like rotates in a circle, right? It's because it's always taking into account this initial zeroed offsets, which is wrong. But how do I grab it? It's like I need to have a separate. I need to have a way of explicitly grabbing data from one of my face tracking backends. So how would you do that then? So if I go into Godot here, right? We go into here, tracking. I think what I can do here is info, and then we can select one of the backends, or maybe even on just like this page here, or probably more likely this page, right? Because there's nothing here. So it would have a list of currently running trackers, which is what the to-do says. And then whatever the zeroth, the first tracker is, it would grab the raw data there. And then you can configure it, like use this one for offsets, use this one for offsets, something like that. Yeah, that could work. Yeah, so we can make it like a draggable, not too hard. We didn't leak anything, right? Yeah. Let's try that. So this is under tracking. What is tracking display? I forget. It's just a scroll container. I don't remember what this is supposed to be. Is this ever used, tracking display.gd? Tracking GD, okay. Oh, yeah, I don't even use it. Yeah. It's just kind of, I guess it's essentially leaked here. Cool. Good to know. So we'll take it out. Yeah, because instead of going with the tracking display routes, instead you provide your own display. So could be bad, but I think it's a bit cleaner this way. So tracking display, get rid of this. Remove. Okay, so here, tracking.gd. I think I need to hook this up to some other stuff. Base tree layout. What does this automatically subscribe to? What does base layout automatically subscribe to? Nothing. So we can listen for... there's a few things we can listen for. Yeah, on config, or on event published, which is the generic event. Here we can subscribe to this. probably. I'm thinking about it. So setup, blah, blah. We grab all these things, and then we can also hit this with a AMPS subscribable to subscribe ourself to global constants event published, which is pretty easy. I like the syntax I came up with. It's basically my own sort of like wrapper functions for Godot's built-in connect whatevers. It's cleaner, I swear. But here we're looking for a signal payload. Let me see. So on event publish, we have a payload, blah, blah. And then we want to listen for pose bone, no. Although this is one of the built-ins, so that's fine. But here, match payload, signal name. So what are we matching against? We want to match against toggle tracker. So where does toggle tracker get connected from? It's not here. It's in OpenC. Where is it? It's in the tracking descriptor. Toggle tracker. Oh, this actually does not publish anything, huh? Okay. So is tracker toggled used anywhere? So this is in the tracking GUI descriptor, sure. Then it's also used in the tests. Okay. All right, by the way, I do need to use the restroom, so I'll be right back. Use the restroom, refill my water bottle. Because I have been streaming for 1.5 hours. I'm, you know, apparently an old man who needs to empty their bladder once an hour. BRB. I have returned with a cool and refreshing beverage. Many would know as Sprite. It's actually been a really long time since I've drank any soda. I don't usually drink soda. Go back to the duck. I don't usually drink soda, but I don't know. When I was at the corner store grabbing an energy drink, I was like, you know what? It's been a while since I've had a Sprite. Been a little while. I haven't eaten anything today anyways, so it's okay. I can justify the empty calories. How many calories does a Sprite have? 140. Sprite has 140 calories in it? Oh my god. That's crazy. Probably from all the sugar. Actually, where does all the calories in a Sprite come from? So there's 65 milligrams of sodium, 38 just carbs, and I suppose all of those carbs come from the 38 grams of sugars, which is 38 grams of added sugar, so that's just pure sugar. Neat. That's okay. This is my, I guess, second meal of the day. The first meal being the energy drink. Second meal, the Sprite. Let me see. So we need to grab this. Or maybe it should be this. So we'll just emit this signal. Tracker toggled. And then here in the default runner, we can intercept this, or not intercept it, but we can handle this. Tracker toggled. So what are we doing? So tracker toggled. Then you'll have an ID. So we need to match on the ID. So match payload ID. Oh, but then you can't, there's no way you can, well, you can actually. So you do need to do it as a for loop, which is kind of a pain. For tracker and trackers, if tracker get name is equal to, and it's case sensitive, of course. Tracker get name is equal to payload ID. Or I guess if it's not equal, I prefer that because it flattens out your entire hierarchy. So tracker get name is not equal to the payload ID. So this is the payload ID, OpenSea face. But here, tracker is trackers. So this is your tracker OpenSea face, which does have a get name thing defined on it, OpenSea face, as part of the, you know, it's an interface, of course, right? And so all data going in or out needs to use one of those public functions. But here, if tracker get name is not equal to payload ID, continue. Otherwise, tracker payload data. So this should be true or false. That's pretty easy. And you could also like flatten this out even more by doing it Python style, right? So stop receiver if payload data. Oh, actually, it should be start receiver else tracker stop receiver. It's not so bad. What's wrong with this? Standalone ternary conditional operator. Return value is being discarded. But there is no return value. Yeah, these are null value. Okay, fine. Okay, that's fine. We don't need to use the ternary. We can use the more verbose one. That's fine. Okay. So start. Let me see. I feel like I shouldn't be doing all of this stuff here. The only stuff I should be doing here is changing the name. I shouldn't actually, or changing the UI name. Everything else should be sent over the pub sub. Yeah. I think that makes sense. But that does make it kind of tough. Because I need to think about how do I send the payload? Let me see. So if we publish this, blah, blah, signal payload, what do we have to work with? So we have data. Data should be as simple as possible. ID should also be as simple as possible. But then there's no room to send anything else, which is a little tough. I guess that's okay. And then we do look for the tracker stuff. Stop receiver. Tracking, we do need to intercept this. Maybe we don't need to intercept it here. Maybe it's just here. But then how do we grab the trackers from here? Because this is the pop-up display, which is a bit tougher, right? Move this farther away from me so I don't accidentally swing my hand into it. So we can do something like this. Give it the old pass. Okay, well, I think that's okay. And then we have access to the payload ID, and then we can just store data or store how it's displayed, and then after that we can also publish additional payload data. Okay. This one I'm not as confident in. So this UI thing, I feel like the UI thing should not be directly messing with the tracker. Although it should be probably publishing this. Okay, well we'll let you publish that. That's fine. I guess that's okay. So this one doesn't really do anything. This one does subscribe to the event published. This one we don't need to do anything here. I don't know. I think the part of the hope is that this will also help solve the resource leakage problem. This will not save, or this will not solve the invalid tracking offset problem that I currently have. Yeah, but we do start tracking here, and then I do need to keep an eye on this. So look at that. HD Pro webcam C920. How fancy. This webcam was actually fairly expensive. It's also kind of weird how Logitech seems to make all of the the cheap-ish, like not the cheap-ish, but like the kind of mid-market webcams out there. So you can buy like a $300 4K webcam, or you can buy like the cheap Chinese $10 webcam. But if you're looking for something that's like $40 to $100, they're all just Logitechs. So we stop this, and I close. Oh man, that is weird. That is weird. So this didn't erase itself properly. That's bizarre. Project GitHub repo. Where does this come from? Is project GitHub. Does this not exist? Question mark. Oh, I'm looking for exact matches. Oh, this is probably using global constants, isn't it? Eh? No? Really? So something is still holding on to this. What the heck? So global constant. This is only in menu bar. How? How? What? How? How is this doing the thing it's doing? So pre-setup, I should not be adding. Yeah, I'm not adding OpenCFace to as a child anymore. I've changed that, but it's leaking. It's leaking my logger, which is bad. It's leaking my global constants file, which is bad as well. But my menu bar doesn't get cleaned up properly. And then also these functions are getting leaked. I don't have a way of knowing what else to do though. So lots of references never get properly cleaned up. Interesting. This doesn't have a resource path. Stored offsets. What is stored offsets? Stored offsets, yeah, that's a reference. Tracking backend interface. OpenCFace. So when this used to be a node, it was a lot easier to manage because I could just explicitly kill it, right? Let me think. There's a good way of doing this. Oh, is it because of this? Stop receiver? It might be because of this. So when it gets stopped, right? So default runner traits. Stop receiver, but what I need to do is block on this thing here. So stop receiver. What's happening is it's probably calling the method stop receiver, but then it just continues on and then clears the object as well. Right? Stop receiver calls stop tracker. Stop tracker kills the standalone either Windows exe or the Python thingamajig. Right? Wait. No, that's right. Yeah, all this does is stop the external tracker. That's fine. Right? Tracker's not started. Yeah, that should be fine. Then stop receiver, stop reception. Stop reception should be picked up by the... Oh... Wait a minute. Perform reception, calls receive, and then it yields until, yeah, the next frame. Or not the next frame, but the next available processing frame, which might be in between frames. Is it because I need to, do I need to release the connection? No. Right here. So it sets stop reception to true. Stop reception here. Stop reception, true. So while not stop reception. So while not true. Or while not. So not is actually true, or false false is true, basically. When you set the receiver stop reception false, yep. So this is true. So while not stop reception, then we receive does all of this stuff. We pull the server, blah, blah, get the packets. And then the connection is the packet pure UDP. Do I need to release the connection? No. All right, let's add more logging, I suppose, because yeah, let's do this. So logger debug, receive thread disposed. This one should be logger debug connection closed. We should be seeing all of these things. And logger debug server stopped. I don't know what's going on here. I need to solve this one before I solve the rest of them. Because otherwise you'll just keep adding garbage on top of garbage. Oh, and then this is wrong. Anyways, we'll kill it. So that should close everything. That cleans up most things. Receive thread disposed, connection closed, server stopped. Yeah. Stopping face tracker. Where does stopping face tracker come from? That's from here. Stopping face tracker. So all of that stuff is closed, right? But then how is the UDP server still here? Or do I need to, in start receiver, I need to also release the receiver, the server as well? Yeah, server listen. All right, so what we can do here, in OpenC face, we'll go to the very top, or not quite the very top, but close to the very top, right? So there should be UDP server new. So UDP server. So there, yeah, it should just be a UDP server. Here we can create a new one. Server is equal to UDP server new. Then here we can just get rid of it as well. So we do server is equal to null, right? Basically release it. And then sometimes you need to run it twice just so your changes actually start to stick for whatever reason. One of the more annoying things about Godot. So we can kill it. So debug, we still, there's something here that is hanging on for too long, but I'm not sure what. I'm almost 100% sure though it's the thread. Still in use, still in use, still in use. I'm pretty sure it's the thread. But also this didn't happen before when I had this exist as like a node. Or actually, is it because it's hanging on to the scene tree? That happens sometimes. That happens sometimes. So what do I use the tree for? We get rid of this. Oh no, it's this. Wait, no. Wait. Wait. This doesn't look right. Hold on. No, yeah, no, that's fine because it starts a tracker as soon as it's created. That's fine. Get main loop, I suppose. I wonder, it just feels like that's it. I've run into this problem before. So we stop it, right? Stopping face tracker. Do we ever... Starting face tracker, yeah. Yeah. And we close it. And we still leak. Where are we leaking? And I am running with verbose logging. I guess I could try to restart this and then run this from the command line. So we get a bit better logging. Like, some of this might just be because, you know, haha, CMD kind of sucks. And by kind of sucks, I mean CMD is absolutely garbage. So yeah, it might be it. CD apps. So this should be Godot custom 3x. Yeah, so I'll run this via MSys2, which should be a bit faster and also not cut off everything. Yeah, that's fine. We fail parsing for a few scripts. That doesn't bother me at all. Run me. Run the tracker. It's only when the tracker is running that things tend to get screwed up. So what do you got? Okay, yeah. It's just because CMD sucks. Still in use. Still in use. Still in use. Still in use. Yeah. It's because of it's almost certainly because of this. OpenCFace GD. And then all of these things are just items on it. Yeah. 255 unclaimed string names at exit. That's tough. That's tough. That's tough. And see, the problem is also that you're not allowed to call free on a reference, because actually they allocate their memory differently. They free their memory differently. I suppose what I can do is we'll run this again. I need to check one thing. So if we run the face tracker, then we close the face tracker, and then let me see. The thread should be closed, so I should be able to introspect on this. We'll look at the trackers. Yeah, so there's nothing here, so it shouldn't. It should just be, you know, off in the void, right? There's nothing here. But 255 unclaimed string names. But see, the problem is that when you just go here, you know, you can open up trackers again. That's fine, but then you close it. It's perfect, right? Everything gets cleaned up properly. I mean, there's a few errors, but those are expected errors. Okay, so let's redefine tracking backend interface. let's make this an object instead. So now that's an object, what we can do is here, stop receiver, so we erase the tracker, and then we can tracker basically free it like as soon as possible, right? So 1, 2, just need to do that every single time, just in case it's using the old version. That happens sometimes. So that's fine. VQ free, have an error. GD script function state resume function perform reception after the yield, but script is gone. I think I got it. And I think this will still give me the same issue as well. Oh, actually, no, that won't give me the same issue. But the problem is this yield here. Where's the yield? This one, it's this yield here. It's this yield here. But how do I solve that? That's kind of tough. That's kind of tough. Who's texting me? Oh, it's my mom. She did today's Wordle. I also did today's Wordle. I don't care how like lame it is to do Wordles nowadays. I think it's still kind of fun. Look at that. Hey. Okay. So how did I do this before though? Open C base. Wait for it. So I need to go before. Here is it. Okay. Here. Browse the files. Go into utils. Open cface gg. This used to just be a node, right? So it was a lot easier to clean everything up. But here, yield get tree create timer. I suppose you could just do, instead of doing a free, you could just queue free, right? Queue. That might just solve it. It's possible that the prevents the errors as well. Oop. Non-existent function queue free on base object. Okay, is there no queue free on No, there is. You can queue free an object. We did leak a bunch of stuff, so maybe you can't queue free. Oh, actually, no. You can't queue free an object. You have to immediately free it. So you have to be kind of tricky with it, right? You have to call deferred queue free it, which is weird. But actually, can you call deferred? Yeah, you can call deferred on an object. But this isn't an object. This is just UE descriptor. Okay, so we can do call deferred free on tracker, something like that. So it's asynchronous slightly. So we start it. We're tracking. Note how the interpolation data keeps moving it in the opposite direction because it's not using the raw data to I guess zero it. Stop this. We run into an error. Fantastic. Panel container free. What? Error call. Huh? What? Panel container free. Method expected 0 arguments. Oh, I'm calling it on the wrong thing, but it still somehow closed it anyways, which is a bit bizarre. Oh yeah, sorry. This should be tracker.com. What am I doing? Clearly, I'm extraordinarily confused. Just super tilted right now. Launch the tracker. Still an error, huh? Resumed function, perform reception after yield, but script is gone. But no, that's okay though. You can do that. You're allowed to do this, no? And I'm doing this asynchronously. Like, so if I close this, that's fine. These errors are okay. And we're also not leaking anything, which is also good. Yeah, for whatever reason, I don't have a good answer. I think it does have to be an object though, because we do need to explicitly free it, but hold on. I'm thinking. This is tough because there's a lot of things. This is one of the harder things to do in Godot is figure out where your resources are being leaked from. So stop receiver. Maybe this one should be receive thread is now null. So we explicitly null it as well because everything else we're explicitly nulling after we kill them. Let me see. That might be it, possibly, although it's unlikely. Nothing here. That's good. Was it the thread? Still hard to say. Was it because I didn't null the thread after I was done with it? I'm gonna be kind of mad if that was it. So just kill it. It was because I didn't. It was because I didn't. It's because I hung on to the thread for too long. It's this line here. It's because I didn't have this line. Did I have this before? What the heck? Why would you do that? Why would you do that? What the heck? Is this how it worked? Is this how it worked before as well? So in OpenCFace GD, when you stopped the receiver, did it null the thread? See, yeah, it didn't used to do that, right? You could just wait for the received thread to finish. And then of course in your exit tree, it also just, yeah, exit tree just calls stop receiver. But here, I need to explicitly null the thread, or set thread to null, otherwise it persists for too long? Huh? Am I crazy? So start this again. So it's tracking, right? How cool. Then we close it, which automatically kills everything. That's dumb. That's dumb. I don't like that. But okay. That's one of the reasons I was looking into alternatives as well, is that sometimes there's just things that don't make a lot of sense. Although I suppose you run into the same problems everywhere, right? Where every piece of software has its quirks. So in logger, let me see, one sec. So we need to have, well, that's fine. Whatever, these aren't integers. We'll keep like that, or keep it like that. This is probably okay. So now we can get back to the tracking.gd. Let's actually push this. And actually, before I push it, let's go back to standalone mode, no longer running in verbose. So project settings. GD script, no, not GD script. This one, turn off verbose logging. So you just need to run this twice. There we go. So now logging is way less verbose. Start this, kill this. So you need to wait for it to initialize and then we'll kill it. Did we leak anything? No. Yeah, okay, so that's solved somehow. Because I know this application doesn't leak. I remember I spent forever tracking down every single memory leak here. Retry me. Yeah, I spent forever doing all the memory leak stuff, but I don't know. I'm really the only one who submits bug reports to my own application. It's a little painful, TBH. Let's git add all status git commits fix memory leak. Oh, hold on. Did I delete everything I should have, or did I leave the debug messages in there? Yeah, okay, that's correct. So git commit fix memory leak when stopping tracker. Go ahead and push that. That's gonna fail CI. So if we go into guts, run all. Yeah, that's fair. So pretty much everything that's in OpenC face is gonna fail. Oh, okay. Just a ton of errors. Please, I know. Is okay. So extension manager seems to be fine. Tracking dummy, blah, blah. You don't need to add this to any scene. This should be, oh, you know what? I see. So it's a few things that are broken, right? So OpenC face data, that's no longer a valid test. So you should get rid of that really quickly. So OpenC face data, no longer valid. Wait. And actually, this should be moved over to resources, right? So each extension should just come with its own test suite, more or less. Yeah, I don't think there should be any tests for these, I think. So we'll get rid of resources. Each extension should define its own tests. Now, something that is a bit sketchier is the extension manager, because the tracking dummies are no longer valid. So test extensions, to our test extension resources tracking dummy. Hey. Test resources, extension resources. Good extensions. What are we looking for here? This is test extension. Tracking data. All right, so we can get rid of this because this is not valid. Tracking data dummy. Tracking data dummy. Tracking backend dummy, that's fine. But then there's the tracking data dummy, which we don't want. And then there's multiple tracking backend dummies. Tracking data dummy and then tracking backend tracking data dummy. Tracking data dummy. Can't do this. Okay, so all of these are just bad. I think that's okay. I don't know. Test extension manager. that's fine. Kill it. Tracking backend interface. Tracking, what does I call it? Tracking backend dummy. So get data doesn't exist anymore. Most of these are still fine though. Right? Test extension manager, blah blah. Get tracking backend. Tracking dummy. Get tracking backend? What is this supposed to be? Tracking dummy. Get tracking backend. It's probably okay. Run me. Please. Tracking. Oh, yeah. Okay, I see. Because this doesn't exist. That's right. Please. Non-existent function new in base nil. Because unable to load. That's true. Very true. Tracking data dummy. That's true because this doesn't exist. One more time. All right, cool. So tests fixed with could possibly use a bit more confidence, but you know how it goes. Git restore guts editor config. Fix tests. Actually, I haven't, should probably rerun the test one more time. Okay, so tests all pass. Fix tests. That's pretty much it. Send it. All right, tests are all passing again. The, should probably have more things to test, like tracking backends, since those are a bit different now. Let's add a to-do. To-do. Test applying data to a model using apply. That's fine. Now here, OpenC face. I think this is fine now. Now it's just tracking GD that needs to listen for various things. So we can still grab the runner. So we'll do bar trackers. So get tree current scene. Get trackers or null. Hey. Too many arguments. Oh, okay. Sorry. Just trackers. If trackers is logger error, unable to get from runner. Something like that, right? So now we have our trackers. Oh, but actually I want to do it here. Yeah, something like that. And then we'll do trackers from runner. So if the tracker is toggled, then we'll just check for the tracker. Well, actually, no, if it's tracking.gd. I gotta think about this. Hold on. Get rid of the tests, or close the tests thing for now. GUI, trackers, or tracking, which is a pop-up. Explicitly. Okay. So there's the info container. there's your info, which is a scroll container. But you don't want this to be a scroll container. Well, you do, but you don't need to hold on to it. Yeah. Yeah, there's no reason to hold on to this. Okay. var info. Okay. Then we need to find info list, something like that, which is a VBox container. Info list is equal to info blah blah. There we go. I think that works. Info list, we have the list of trackers, but I suppose it doesn't really matter. And actually, we might not even need to grab this entire list from the main screen. What we can do is for child in the list get children. So those are just node labels. Well, they're not actually node labels. Because actually this depends, right? So, you know, if payload data is equal to true, else pass. So if it's true, then we're turning on the tracker. If it's false, then we want to do for child and info list get children, and then we'll want to delete something. Yeah. So this is add tracker info. Okay, and then we'll just pass along the tracker name, which is a string. This should give you back an HBox container. HBox container, new. Something like that. For now, it's going to be a stub. And here, blah, blah. Add tracker info. Payload ID. Something like that. And then we'll do info list add child. Now the hard part is going to be like reordering them. Because reordering them should change things in multiple places. So it should change how they're displayed, of course, but then it should also try to change this thing here. This thing here, the trackers, yeah. Yeah, okay. But that's a bit tough though, because then I need to have another connection callback, which is like func on tracker info reordered, which takes in the tracker name, some sort of string, and then the new position. Something like that, right? And then we'll do amps publish. So publish takes in signal name, data ID. Hold on. Global constants. Signals, blah, blah, tracker toggled. tracker info reordered. Ordered. So we pass along the new position because that's the data, and then pass along the tracker name as the ID. Okay, yeah, beautiful. Tracker, oh, sorry. Global constants. Okay, I think that makes sense. Here in the add tracker info stuff, we can start hooking everything up as expected. I think it would be really nice to make these like draggable items, but I don't really know how to do that. Or I do know how to do it, but it's tough, right? It's because then you need to have like a, you know, when you click on something and you want to drag it, then you need to show a preview of where it's going to be dropped, etc., etc. I'm just not willing to do that. Not right now, anyways. Label name, or not label name, it'll be label tracker name, or no, not tracker name, label text is equal to tracker name. This one, hbox. I think we can just set the name. That's the easiest way to be able to find things. So here, and up here, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. So when we're trying to remove something, then all we need to do is we just need to look for the child that matches the payload. Yeah. If child name equals payload ID, then we'll do child queue free. Yeah, that's the easiest way to do it. Size flags horizontal is control. Size expand fill. Yeah, okay. Var vbox is a vbox container new. And then we'll do the same thing here. Box, and then we'll need to add actually this should not be expand fill, this should just be two buttons, right? Var up button, and I really should be using images for these, but I'm not going to. Instead, what I'm going to do is just use caret up. Or actually, no, we can do raise. No, you know what? This way I don't need to provide translation text. Yeah, so you have small caret up and then V down. So I know that those will always be valid. It's kind of a jank way of doing it though. Oh, and then this should not be hbox, it should be vbox. Add child. Oh, hello, Stoneby. Hello, hello, how are you? Welcome back. I think this is fine. Then here, add child, blah, blah. We do need to connect these buttons to tracker info reordered. Now, how do we get the position of these things? Ha ha ha. So new position, well, it should be not new position, but it's like up or down. So is up, Boolean. So give me this. So then we need to get the current position of all trackers. Okay, so this is where it starts getting a little dicey. Var current position is -1, then for child in info list get children. Actually, that's not how this works. It should be for index in child count if info list get child index dot name is equal to tracker name, then current position is equal to index. Yeah, there we go. And we'll break. So if current position is greater than or equal to 0, or I guess if it's less than 0, I suppose, and that's an error. Logger error. Unable to find tracker to reorder. There we go. So then we have our current position, and then we need to just do, if it's up, then we will reorder the node appropriately. If is up, then info list move child. How does move child work? It's you take the node that you're looking for and then move it to a separate position. So this should be, okay, hold on. Current position, and then you need to have the node as well. Node, which is some sort of node. Amazing. Child name, blah, blah. Node is equal to child. So these are all just temporary things. If is up, then we're moving the node to current position -1, something like that. If current position is equal to 0, then we'll just return. Pretty much like no op, right? Logger. Cannot move tracker past top. Something like that, right? Else current position right, hold on. Info list. Get child counts. Current position is equal to child counts minus 1. Right. Yeah. Info cannot move tracker past bottom. Info list move child. Something like that, right? Our new position. Position. Hold on. New position minus equals 1, and then we'll do all of this in one go. New position plus equals 1. Info list move child. That's fine. Oh, this one, new position. Yep. Sounds pretty good, along with tracker name. Yeah, I think that feels pretty good. Or actually, this could be further further condensed, for better or worse, by doing is equal to position minus 1 if up else current position plus 1, and then we just do the check later. Something like that, right? So if new position is less than 0 or new position is greater than or equal to child count. Hello Redstone Pro 3. How are you? Are you enjoying Redstone programming? Logger info cannot move tracker to position this thing. New position. Okay, yeah, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Should be all right, probably. Yeah, how are you? How are you? I think this is okay. Oh, sorry, I need to connect these now, I forgot. So up button, connect, press, on tracker info reordered, blah blah. Let's pass along tracker name, then up, pass true. Okay, yeah, I think that makes sense. It's a bit jank because, as previously mentioned, we're just using up carrots and V for the up and down buttons, but it'll be fine. We'll get around to updating it, maybe. Copium. So we go here, blah, blah. Tracking. Nothing here just yet, but then we'll disable this. So right now there's only one tracker, right? Which is this one. But the idea is that you could have multiple types of trackers. So like mouse tracking, OpenC face. Why the frick am I a piece of crap? All right, well, you know, you could always use your channel points in order to randomize your minions, like so. I don't know, did it work? Or did my, yeah, it did work for me. So you can use your channel points to do that, or I can change it for you. Where am I? Suspicious user monitored by... suspicious, what the heck? What does that mean? Thank you for redeeming a hydrate though. Your hydrate redemption, Stone V, triggered something in OBS. But drink some water. Yeah, so the randomize function is like a direct, it's randomized in the truest sense. So you can randomize the same thing twice. It's not pseudo random. Yeah, there we go. There's 500 milliliters. Drink more water, everyone. All right, where are you? Redstone Pro. You can be a duck. Congratulations. You can be upside down as well. All right. Congratulations. You are now upside down. If you kind of squint your eyes at it, it kind of looks like a cowboy hat. All right. Send me. So now we're tracking. The offsets are still messed up, but that's fine. So that you can move these up and down though. Okay, so this should give you an info, cannot move tracker to position. Oh, you totally can, by the way. That's kind of a bug, but I guess it works. So you look at the logs, right? Cannot move tracker to position 2, cannot move tracker to position -1. Yeah, okay, that's kind of weird. That's kind of weird. Yeah. So the idea is that we would have more buttons here, so you can be like used for offsets, I suppose. So I would need to store more metadata than I currently am. So kill this. Hold on. Bah. Okay. So this label should be, well, it shouldn't be any labels really. Let's get rid of the label. Here. Toggle page, info page, blah blah. Info list, and then we'll do var. Okay, hold on. Add tracker info, add, or it's not add, it's like creates. No trackers running. Label. Label. Add tracker info. This should be create tracker info because that's actually what it's doing. Slightly more correct. Question, GDScript, can I do get OS IP? Well, why would that work? Have you tried checking the documentation? So get OS does not exist. you might notice. See, that's the really cool part about Godot is that it's really easy to check if something is possible because you just need to Google it, or not Google it, but just search it in engine. Or alternatively, you can go to Google, google.com. You might be familiar with it. And then you can do, I don't know, Godot gets OS name. Look at that. How to get current platform OS, but you generally don't want to look at that. You could just look at the documentation here. Now I'm just like dyslexic. Are you dyslexic? Or are you diagnosed? Are you self-diagnosed? So get name. We'll give you the OS name. Returns the name of the host OS, but If you could describe what you're trying to do, I could possibly give you a more succinct answer. Let's see, create no trackers running label. So label text is equal to no trackers. I don't know how you spell that. Dyslexic. So dyslexic. D-Y-S lexic. So lexic as in lexicon. Or lex, to lex something is to, I believe to lex something just means to read in Latin. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, are you diagnosed as dyslexic, or are you just bad at typing? That's the real question here. So you're diagnosed? Okay. Well, I think I have bad news for you. Programming is going to be pretty tough, but I wish you luck. Diagnosed. Sorry, I don't speak German. Info list, add child. Create no trackers running label. So we'll add that as a child. That's pretty easy. Here, trackers, blah blah. Tracker toggled. I think I don't need this here. This is just to look for. Well, actually, yeah, we definitely don't need this. It doesn't do anything, right? But we'll just copy it for now. Program is easy for me because of the autocomplete. Okay. I gotcha. You know, that makes sense. I've never really considered that. But yeah, you know what? Autocomplete is pretty sick. Payload data is true. Then we want to add child. Then we want to do if info list get child counts is. Wait. Info list. What do I think? Yeah, but what are you trying to do then with your initial question? I don't quite understand what you were trying to do then. Are you trying to get get OS IP? Most of the programming terms like if else. Yeah. I think a lot of simpler logic is just lots of if statements, control flow, if you will. All right, hold on. I need to restructure some of this stuff. So VBox container inside of that, then this will be, oh, hold on. This is the running trackers. Let's do it like this. Align center, so running trackers. Running trackers, bum. Grab this. This is not really info list anymore, so I'll need to change that. Running trackers. We don't need to create the running label because I've already created that. So say goodbye. IP thing, I'm just curious about OS. I'm pretty sure get OS is a thing. What do you mean? I mean, what makes you pretty sure get OS is a thing? I'm just curious. I'm just a little curious as to what makes you believe that. I suppose if you're an audio-only listener, for some reason, what I have on screen is I'm searching help for get OS. Caps on OS, that doesn't make any difference. So what are you trying to do? Are you trying to get the IP address, or are you trying to just run get OS? Because I've got bad news for you if you're just trying to run get OS. Info list. So this is running trackers. Change this. Blah blah. Info list. Info list. Info list. So running trackers. Bum bum. Create tracker info. That's fine. Yeah, actually, yeah. I think that should just be fine. Yeah. So it'll load in properly. It doesn't really help me. Yeah. Because there's nothing, right? Stop this from running. Change this to running. And then there's no way we can change this. Okay, so that's fine. Kill this. That stops the tracker. And then I can turn this back on, because you can only have one instance of the tracker running at one time. Well, you can only have one device using a webcam at one time. So you could potentially, if you have multiple webcams plugged into your computer, you can run the tracker multiple times. Godot editor get OS. I literally just tried that, so check it out. I don't really have a better way of showing it. I don't know what you want. So let me spell it out for you. I currently am searching help, and I have get OS typed into it. So check it out. It's actually case insensitive as well. Like the built-in editor. What do you? This is the built-in editor. What are you talking about? Commands. CMD. CMD is not an editor. CMD is a command prompt. So get OS. So what are you talking about? I've never seen this before. Get OS. Command. What are you talking about? That's not the PC editor, by the way. That's called CMD or command prompt, depending how old you are. I just call it CMD. In Godot editor. This is the editor. What? This is search help. This is search help. This is search help. It's not case sensitive. This is it. What are you looking for? What are you looking for? That's the only way you can search for functions, right? Not search help. Okay, sure. What are you trying to do then? What do you suggest? Code editor. This is the code editor. Go on. I wait with bated breath. I'm interested to see where this is going now. Script. Yep, script editor. Yep, I'm in the script editor. That's true. Type. Sure, we can start typing. Get OS. We can look at it, and it says method get OS is not declared in the current class. Get OS with caps. Caps lock doesn't matter, by the way. So if you go into search help, that gives you a list of all built-in functions. I think your understanding of how functions are defined is kind of lacking. I'm sorry to, let you know this here, but that's not how that works. That's not how function search works. So I actually have no idea what you're talking about. So let's see. Running trackers is here. Okay, so here when we do this, we want to add probably a checkbox. Not a checkbox. It needs to be a button group. Running trackers button group. Running trackers button group. Sorry, I meant OS get IP. It's a very, very important, but also that doesn't work. I'm gonna let you know right now that that does not work. So something that you can do is you can type in the singleton that you want to search for, right? So you can just get on it, but there is no IP property on it, right? So these are all the properties that you can possibly access using get. So get is a method defined on object, right? So here's the get function that is already defined on OS. So if you want to get your IP, you would need to make sure that the IP property exists here. Now, I suppose you are dyslexic, so I'll let you know that I don't see IP here. Sorry, OS get time. Oh, you want to do get time? Yeah, get time. Yeah, there we go. Yeah. So if you were just to type in get time, it's pretty easy. I think, oh, you can also do, no, you can't do it like that. You have to do it like this, get time. Yeah, so if you're just doing get time, yeah, it's right there. You type in search help, type in the name of their function that you want to search for. That is a built-in function, and then it's right here. Not time though, like IP. So what do you think an IP is? Honest question, what do you think an IP address is? Do you think an IP address is the current time? I'm curious. What do you think an IP address is? Do you think an IP address is some sort of way of telling time? This, I don't know what it stands for. IP is your, actually I don't know what IP address stands for either. I think it's just it's an address, right? So IP, what does IP stand for? Internet Protocol. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, so it's an Internet Protocol address. Yeah, that's it's like a location definition. Yeah, that's true. That's true. So true. Button group. Yeah. It is a location definition, but is not a. It is not a location. Well, it is literally a location. Like on the wire, right? But it's not something that you would use to be able to tell time. So given an IP address, could you find out the current time? Yes. Would you be able to easily do it? No, I think. But either way, that's not how that function works. So if you see get time, you see that it's looking for a parameter called UTC Boolean false. So if you were to pass in a number or a string, that would fail because it's looking for a Boolean. When the Boolean is just, do you want UTC time, which is, if you're on the East Coast, it's +4. So UTC time right now would be 2200, 10 p.m. Like a serial number? No, that's not your IP address is not your serial number, no. So there is a way to grab your PC's like hardware serial number, but Godot does not expose that. You would need to go into CMD. Actually, you know what? I'm not gonna do that. I don't want you to know my PC's serial number. That would be weird. That would be very strange. Let me see. Let me see. So we need a toggle container here. Yeah. So I've got something for you. So if you're looking for a PC's hardware serial number, so I believe you can do it based off of your processor. So Windows find serial number, or it's not serial number, but it's yeah, I suppose that's how you would do it, huh? That's not how I learned it. I guess it's different on Linux. Yeah, how to find computer serial number. Yeah, look at that. So yeah, I'm not gonna type it in because I don't want people to know my serial number. But this is how you would do it. Just Google it. Make sure you spell it correctly. etc., etc. Windows find serial number. You don't need any articles. More articles just confuses the search engine. So this is toggle button. So this is actually a check button. Toggle button. So this is toggle button, use for offsets, I suppose. Use for offsets. I think that's fine. Toggle button, and then we can set the group, set button, group, set group, group, button group. Yeah, okay. So running trackers button group. So these will all use the same button group, blah, blah. Running trackers, we just need to grab it like this. Running trackers, yeah, seems pretty good. Actually, let's just do it here, right? Running trackers button group. So what do I have on this? I can get all the buttons currently referencing this. So get buttons. There's nothing that needs to be set here. Create button, create tracker info. Okay, so actually here, var tracker info is equal to whatever the heck this is. We'll add it here. Oh, what the heck am I doing? Tracker info. We do need to check to see how many running trackers there are. So if, well, here, so if running trackers get child count is equal to 1, which means that we just added the first running tracker, then tracker info, hold on. There's not a great way of doing this. Well, hold on. Toggle button, we use the group, and then we actually also need to hook it up. So there's tracker info reordered, but then also tracker info ends region func on tracker info used for offsets toggled. It's okay if it's a very long statement. Okay. And then we also need to pass in the tracker name as well, so we know which one to map it back to. So toggle button, connect, toggled, self, and then there's very long function name. So we pass in the tracker name. Yeah, something like that. Okay, so if running trackers get child count is equal to 1, then we'll do pressed is equal to true. Yeah, no, we can't do that. Actually, no. We should do this. Use for offsets, which should be a Boolean. Defaults to false. But I suppose it doesn't matter. We can just pass this statement along with it. And then we only Okay, so we always pass in a value, so that's fine. So create tracker info, and then we get running trackers, get child count is equal to 1. So if it is equal to 1, then we want to use it for, no, is equal to 0. Or is less than 1. Probably less than 1 is the most concise way to do it. Toggle button pressed is equal to use for offsets. There we go. Hbox add child toggle button. That's fine. So here, so we'll do match state. Well, we'll do if states is equal to true. I prefer making these explicit. It's a little bit more to read. It's like 2 more characters, two more words to read, if you will. I count this as a word. And then true, of course, is a real word as well. But, oh no, doing things, just kind of like assuming the value is kind of jank, in my opinion. And being a little bit more verbose like that doesn't make a huge difference, because once it's parsed into bytecode, it executes in the same amount of time anyways, right? So if states is equal to true, then we want to do am pub sub publish. So I need to publish something as being a tracker tracker use for offsets. Tracker use for offsets. I need to rethink how I'm doing global constants though. That's a bit tough. Use for offsets, and then we'll pass in states and then the tracker name. But of course you cannot have nothing being used for offsets, right? Oh, and actually, look at that. That's easy. All we need to do is just publish it. Yeah. Okay. So, move me here. Go into the default whatever. Turn off the face tracker here. Turn it on here. And then everything should be fine. Yeah, use for offsets. So we can toggle it. You can try to toggle it on and off and nothing happens. And then you can also try to reorder it, but then also nothing happens, which is expected. Yeah, that's not so bad. Kill it. Yeah, so then all we need to do is then hook up that part, or hook up that signal. Hook up this signal here to the default runner, so the default runner can intercept it. It's kind of a complicated system, but it's fine. So there's 2 types of signals that we can listen for. There's like the direct configuration changes, which is what these are, and then or like a direct signal name. But all these signal names need to be registered beforehand. Otherwise, they all get packaged into a signal payload instead, which might actually be very confusing now that I'm thinking about it. That's fine. On events published, we'll do if tracker used for offsets. So we have the trackers for tracker in trackers. All right, hold on. All right, I gotta use the restroom again. I've been standing up for only about 3.5 hours. That's not so bad, but I'll be right back. Hey, yeah. hello, I'm back. With a tasty new drink. It's a Nika coffee whiskey. It was actually extremely difficult to find this stuff during the pandemic, but check it out. The biggest liquor store in my area is now carrying it again, although it's like the stronger coffee whiskey. I remember there used to be two types. So there was like a grain coffee whiskey and like the other one. I like the other one. I like the grain one better, but this one is just I guess the standard type. Well, technically all whiskey isn't it like all whiskeys are made with grain, but there's like different ways of doing it as well. I feel like I have a like what is whiskey made with? Whiskey made of, it's grain, right? Yeah. No? Yeah, it's grains, but like there's a difference in types of grains that you can use, right? So like if you sorry. I inhaled but then tried to speak at the same time. It's been happening more and more. Just like how sometimes I'll be like eating something and then I'll just kind of forget that I'm eating something and then try to inhale. Or even just like forget that I'm eating something and it'll just kind of like slide down the back of my throat. You know. Well, I'm not choking on it because it is well chewed, but then I just kind of forgot that I was chewing. But yeah, no, I think like there's this one's made with wheat, but I think you can also get a variant that's made with oats, I want to say. I don't remember. Hold on. I can find it. Nika whiskey. Yeah, Nika whiskey in English. Hold on. I remember I had this in... I had this in London for whatever reason. I don't remember why. Yeah, so there's coffee grain. I've had this one. I don't think this is how you spell coffee, though. Hold on. I've had this one as well. This one's gross. Grain. No, it's the malts, which is different. Turns out I'm full of crap. I don't know what I'm talking about. So I think... I don't remember. I know a little bit about fancy alcohol. But mostly, the way I judge alcohol is like how much of a headache does it give me later on. And also how smooth does it taste. So like Jameson like hits like a truck, if I remember correctly. I don't usually like to drink Jameson unless it's in like an Irish coffee or whatever. Irish coffee pretty sick, but like Jameson by itself, that stuff is rough. All right, runner traits, so trackers, and then we can have like tracker to use. Something like that. So on events published. I think actually I can move this over here. I think. Because this doesn't actually hold a model. Okay. And then also here, func on events publish payload locker error event published with the signal name payload signal name. Yeah, there we go. Not yet implemented. So you either need to basically like do a no op or override it. That's basically it. And actually, I think I can change these into returning Boolean values, so true or false, and then it makes it easy to handle multiple signals at the same time. So you can call the superclass, see if it was handled there, and if it wasn't handled there, or if it was handled, then you want to bail out. Otherwise, move on to your custom implementation here, something like that, right? We'll think about it. Anyways, tracker used for offsets. So we have trackers here. So tracker for offset. Well, do I want to call it tracker for offset, or do you just want to call it like main tracker? Main tracker. Tracking backend interface, something like that. Then here in tear down, we'll want to do main tracker is equal to null, something like that. Here we'll want to change this, which is like main tracker. Running trackers, and then that's the button group. Yeah. Main tracker, blah blah. I think that makes more sense as opposed to use for offsets, right? So main tracker, blah blah. We need to change this to be tracker use as main. Tracker use as main. Bum bum bum. Use as main tracker. Okay, and then we can do main tracker is equal to payload. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Actually, there's no ID, right? So you should actually just be sending this. So we don't care about the states because, yeah. So just send this tracker name. There's no reason to use the ID. Yeah. So we only want to see if it's toggled. Oh, and actually, I guess we can use state here. So if state is false, we don't care, right? Just return. Something like that. So then we run this one more time. Kill the tracker here. Start tracking here, and then, well, this what am I doing? Nothing's hooked up yet. What am I doing? Hook it up here. So for this, we can do if main tracker is null, return. So logger error, no main tracker defined. Yeah. Oh, that's tough then, because then I need to have tracking backend interface. I need to be able to grab the data then. So yeah, okay, so I need to put this back then. So get data, which, you know, it's some sort of object. We have no idea, right? Get data, not yet implemented. Is listening probably doesn't need to be implemented. So then get data, open cface, get data. Yeah. Return data map gets 0 null. Okay. And actually, we should be able to pass in a param. We have no idea what the param may be, but we have the param here. Param, so in this case, will be equal to 0 param. So it could be null, could be actual data. Let's figure it out. Here we'll do. Oh, but then there's no way to know. Because if the data can be anything at all, then there's no way for me to just assume. You can't assume this. So then you need to do, not get data. Like get data, that's for nerds. What we want to do is like set offsets, set offsets, something like that. So then this would have stored offsets, stored offsets, am. Set offsets not yet implemented. Something like that, right? We don't need to have get data, but we do need to have set offsets. Set offsets. Yeah, I think that makes sense. So here, so offsets, translation offsets will be, hold on. Just set it to null for now. Data is null, or data, well, it doesn't matter, right? Data is null, then just return. Otherwise, we can do data, I believe translation, offsets, rotation offset is equal to data rotation, offsets stored, offsets, quad offset, we don't need it, left gaze, eye gaze offset is data, left gaze. The left gaze is a Euler, right? A VTuber render. This is true. Yeah. Hello. I feel like I remember who you are, but first time chat makes me reconsider, but I don't remember. Do you stream Genshin Impact? I'm trying to remember. Get Euler. But hello, I Nako C Crease. Or A Nako. A Nako. Secrease. I do stream Genshin Impact, but I do hang around with game dev people. Oh baby, I remember things. Based off of like very momentary glances. Just Crease is fine. Alright. Sick. How are you doing, Crease? I like playing Genshin Impact. Honestly, I think Genshin Impact is like one of my most played games of the past, pretty much the entire pandemic, I think. Like I probably binge more, I guess I'm trying to find a different term other than like serious game, but you know, I binged a lot of Elden Ring. There's like a new RPG coming out. Like I binged a lot of Crystal Project as well, but Overall, I put a lot of time into Genshin Impact. Yeah. What is it? I was able to pull... What's her face? Dice Lady, I forget her name. What's her name? I have her at 2 constellations, though. Doing well, just chilling. Sick. Her name is escaping me for whatever reason, though. Yelan. Yeah, Yelan. I only intended to get, like, C1 for the, for 2 charges on her E. Or, I don't know. I'm assuming you play on PC. But I don't know. I was... I got C1 pretty quickly, and I was like, you know what? I got really lucky. Might as well just go for C2 since I have enough, like, Primo Gems stocked up. Play Souls games. I'm waiting for I can play Elden Ring. Oh, baby. Elden Ring, pretty sick. I like any, like, open world game, unfortunately. Any open world game that isn't first person, so I'm not really into Far Cry. But Breath of the Wild, sick. Genshin Impact, also pretty sick. Elden Ring, pretty sick. Elden Ring is tough. I'd die on mobile if I tried. Yeah, I initially played Genshin when it came out on PS4. And I was like, you know what? I can make do, but just in case, let's try this on PC. And let me tell you, there's no comparison. Anyways, yeah, so check this out. I suppose you haven't seen this yet. So this is a VTuber render. So it works on just random 3D models. This model is kind of weird for whatever reason. But it works on regular VTuber models as well. Well, VTuber models and regular 3D models without any modifications to them. So has a lip sync module written by yours truly that runs just on a separate thread. It is a little jank because it is tracking everything to the next val over, which is my mistake, and I haven't gotten around to fixing it because it does require a recompile. It's written in Rust, blah blah blah. So it is possible to catfish. My favorite feature. Well, I don't know. I always feel kind of weird when I use the female model because might be a little controversial, but I do identify as a dude. And I don't enjoy catfishing people. Come along quite nicely. Well, yeah, so this is the old version. This is the current version that you can download at hold on, we can find it. You can download it here under releases, version 8.1. But this is the next version that I'm trying to get ready in time for the Godot 2022 show reel. It's pretty rough right now. It's pretty rough right now. But the UI is way better, in my opinion. So very clean, very, I don't know, standard, I suppose. But then you can have multiple of the same thing open, so you can have more information at your fingertips if you want it to be. So you can do, like, you know, apply translation. It applies to both windows, blah, blah, blah. You can have multiple things open and then click a button, you hide, show. It kind of has spout support, so you can send from this application to OBS directly without showing the GUI, something like that. So no one would be able to see your GUI while you're, like, tweaking stuff. Although it does require a bit more time in the oven. So it technically does work when it's CPU bound. If it's GPU bound, it doesn't send correctly, but we're getting there. Anyways, trying to assign a non-object value to a variable of type tracking backend interface. What is the data? So data is OpenCFace. Oh, I see. So this is gonna break, kind of. So kill this for now. Yeah, so the idea here, because you might notice the application is called OpenCFace GD. I'm trying to branch out for that, which is why it's been renamed to VPupper, or Virtual Puppet Project. Haha, get it? It's a neat acronym. So VPupper, which also allows me to, you know, go with a really sick mascot in the future. Because right now the mascot is just like the default duck that I've been using for forever. Payload data. But once we get to a 1.0, I'll probably commission like a mascot thing. And then, you know, everyone loves puppers. Or puppies. Puppers. Puppers are puppies. I don't know what I'm talking about. So tracking. Gotta love puppers. Yeah. VPupper, Virtual Puppet Project, haha. I believe it's the only one that has an easy acronym like that as well, which is nice. Because I think there's VTube Studio, which is its VTS, how boring. There's VCFace, which is what most people use, but VSF also doesn't have a nice acronym that you can kind of abstract out. You know, you just gotta keep the marketing in mind. You know, people see puppies, they're like, oh, I love it. I love it. The name, amazing. Mascot, amazing. You know, VTube Studio or VCFace. It's like, yeah, there's something with a, you know, a studio or a face in there somewhere, but tracker name. Okay, so this is what I need to do here. We need to look for the tracker, which is a bit weird. Main tracker is equal to null. Well, we don't actually need to null it out, but we'll do for tracker in trackers. If tracker get name is equal to payload data, then main tracker is equal to tracker. Yeah, that should be fine. Easy. So we'll go back to this. Run me. Just use the default GUI. I need to change that so that there's only one GUI registered. It just uses the default anyways. All right. Kill this. I use VCFace, but I don't know a whole lot of other programs. So I know that the big ones, right? Well, the only ones that I'm, I guess, in contention with, there's VCFace, which you said you're using. Everyone knows that. VCFace. Then there is vMagic Mirror, which is, I think it's the only other big open source one. vMagic Mirror, yeah. Which I'm also, I think this one has support for OpenCFace, which is the face tracker, and also some mouse control. I also technically have a mouse control build available. And I think that's, then there's VTube Studio, which I think is pretty cool because it has live 2D support, I think, yeah. Which I'm also working on, by the way. Check it out, Virtual Puppet Project. Godot Cubism, I wrote this. It also has a security vulnerability, but we'll get around to it. Yeah. So this is live 2D support. It's pretty jank right now because I'm still trying to figure out how to do the shader stuff, but I am able to load in at least a live 2D model. Yeah. So there's a lot of things in flight. You know, of course, the hardest part is making everything work when you're flying solo. All right, check it out. I've done it. Yeah, there we go. The hard part here was figuring out how to set the offsets properly, right? So you might notice here that it says running trackers, and that's because here's the idea, right? So OpenCFace, which is what VCFace uses by default, OpenCFace doesn't support like hand tracking, but here's the rub, right? Is that what if we use my mouse tracking implementation, and then you can add that as a second running tracker, and then you can, you know, you have a few configuration options. So I guess imagine that I was using this model, and you might notice that the lip sync is already running at the same time. It's always running in the background because it's, I guess, similar to how this is running, right? Like a tracker, we can have lip sync running as a separate tracker, right? But yeah, what if you did face tracking using OpenCFace, and then did like hand tracking just using your mouse? So mouse tracking, that's pretty much free, right? Because it's just a keylogger, really. So that's the idea. And then you also have lip syncing, which is a different type of tracking. Yeah. So it's not hard. I mean, check this out. Like, this isn't stream avatars. This is my own implementation. And look at that. Wow, look at that. I already have a keylogger working. There's a lot of things I can reuse from my other projects. So it's easy enough. Some people might get nervous, but you know, it is a keylogger, which is why it's everything in this program is written as an extension. So I believe this should just work. I haven't tried this yet. So if you're just to go back to the main menu from here, does it kill the tracker? It does kill the tracker, yeah. So everything is set up as an extension, right? So you can add whatever extensions you want. So if you want to have a remote control server, there's a remote control server. If you want to have real-time lip sync, here's real-time lip sync. If you want to have mouse tracking, all you need to do is download the appropriate package, slap it into your extensions folder, and it should just work, right? Or if you want to have support for other models, like I know that some people have been asking for make human models, which is, I think it's an Unreal thing, make human. Yeah, make human. Maybe it's not an Unreal thing, but it kind of freaks me out as well. Or is it under assets? Is it under, yeah. So make human is for like realistic human models, which I find to be a bit weird. It freaks me out because, you know, at least with the anime models, you know that they're not, you know, it's clearly not a human being. But for these, it's like, you know, it's a bit weird. It's a bit too realistic, or a bit too close to being realistic. But some people want to use them, so it should, in theory, be possible to, you know, easily add in like support for those. Like VRM is already packaged as an extension. I'm sorry, my speech got a little choppy there. Brain was moving faster than my mouth. Yeah. But pretty much that's pretty good. Yeah. I have a way of mapping the offsets. So I think this is something that VCFace does for you automatically. I also try to do it automatically, but it's kind of weird because the default face position that OpenCFace, the face tracker, gives you is like this. So you need to like offset it like to this position. And I think it's actually completely dependent on your webcam. So there's some like fancy algorithms that you can use, like, okay, you know, run the tracker in the background until you actually run, or until you actually click, you know, start tracking, and then it will offset it for you. I think all I do is just wait until I receive valid face tracker data, and then I try to offset it for you. So it's tough. It's tough. Lots of possible implementations, all of varying quality. That's not bad. That's not bad. Save offsets. The API surface has changed though, which is a bit scary. Give that a save. Run the tests again just to make sure nothing breaks. 19. Oh, sorry. Run all the tests. Oh, baby. 235 passing. It's pretty much all you need, really. What else would you really need for this application then? I guess loading presets. That's probably pretty important. Oh, and also this did not save. Oh, okay. This didn't save your position, which is tough. And also there's no way of, oh no, there is. All right, that's not hooked up either for whatever reason. Why isn't that hooked up anymore? Reset model transform, reset model pose. Yeah. Are those not hooked up anymore? Yeah, those might not be. Oh, you know what? Those probably aren't hooked up at all. Now that I'm thinking about it. Oh, hello Nova, how are you? How are you? I guess check this out. So we go into this, stop the tracker, go into here. Still some stuff that's a bit broken, but we're getting around to it. Go into tracking, launch the tracker, oh baby. Break your neck for the first time, and then there we go. And then also, I don't really have a way of showing it right here because it has to be hard-coded for now, but I do have a way of sending spouts information to OBS, which is why things are a bit broken right now, because everything behind the UI is actually being rendered in a sub viewport. So I can send that, or the idea anyways, I send that GPU texture to OBS. It only works though in CPU bound mode. I'm not able to use the GPU for whatever reason, because when I use the GPU, it actually sends everything on every single viewport, which is wrong. But when I do it CPU bound, so I grab the viewport, grab the image, and then send each pixel individually to OBS, it works. But then it also kicks up my CPU usage by like 20 to 30%. Whereas when you send via GPU, it only increases your GPU usage by about 5 to 10, which is more acceptable. Is breaking your neck isn't as bad as decapitation? Possibly. I don't know. Have you ever heard of the, it's not the Flying Dutchman. Oh no. I had some good wordplay, but now I've just completely forgot it. Ignore me. Anyways, this is fine. I saw it works. I did have to recompile the engine to get spout support though, but it is there. It is there. And look at that. Even has good logs for everything. Yeah, the Flying Dutchman does not have a broken neck. It's not the Ghost Before Christmas either. What am I thinking of? It's the... What am I thinking of? Anyways, yeah. Pretty much everything is here. It's very painful. But also, check it out, we no longer leak a ton of data either. Oh baby. So if I can get this done before Monday, then I have about a week to either find someone to cut together a trailer or just cut together my own trailer for the Godot 2022 show reel. Yeah, look at this. Wait for it. Wait for it. Wait for it. Wait for it. It'll load eventually. It'll load eventually. I can see it spinning. Anyways, that's about it. Why isn't it loading now? Godot 2022 show reel. It was open on Reddit. Or did my internet go down, but I'm still able to stream somehow. Submissions open for the Godot 2022 show reel, so they are explicitly allowing for tools. I guess this would classify as a tool. It's not really a tool, it's more of a... I don't know, it's not a game. I guess it's a tool. Anyways, the big question mark here is because I take a screenshot of whatever it is you have here. So if we go into my application logs, app data, roaming, Godot, these are all just kind of dumped into your user data folder, but we can ignore that for now. Yeah, so default runner, and we take a screenshot of the last thing that was on screen, and then the idea here is that I can just take that screenshot and then, you know, throw it into here. Yeah. How nice. So you'll know what you're jumping into when you go back to it. You're gonna submit to the showreel? Yep, that's the plan. That's the plan. So that's why I'm trying so hard. Ugh, it's tough. So extensions, this needs to be redone because it's kind of ugly. Settings, we're getting there. The biggest thing that's still to do are presets. So there's no presets just yet. Where presets are this thing. So I'm able to switch between, you know, here's duck, and then also you could just do, oh geez, duck side. I think this is, yeah, that's just a picture of a duck, but ignore that. It's absolutely terrifying. We're getting there. So you can have like a side profile, front view, zoomed in view, whatever, which is technically possible with this, but you have to use the UI, which kind of defeats the purpose of it. Which is what Spout is supposed to do, or supposed to handle, right? So you can have the UI open, but none of your viewers are able to see it. And then props, get rid of this. Props, this technically already works. So if I were to go into, I don't know. There we go, it's beautiful. The zooming is kind of broken though. I didn't realize it was so broken, but you can just load in random PNGs or other 3D models, which is cool. Yeah, we make it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I think this version of it might not have made it, although it is still pretty cool. I think this version, once I get props and presets, or at least presets, I can just hide props for now. I can probably make it not too hard. Yeah. Yeah. Ignore all the bad bits. If you ignore all the bad bits, it's pretty good. So let's do the screenshot thing now though, because I might as well. Or actually, what did I change recently? There's gut, but I don't need to change anything with gut. So git restore gut editor config.json. Git commit. I'm trying to remember what I did. Allow or fix or allow for choosing a tracker to use for storing offsets. Yeah, I like this. Like, I like this design, but now the documentation is outdated. But it's okay. As long as I just crunch to the end of this, I should be fine, because then I won't forget. And then once the crunch is over, I'll immediately forget the entire design, as is tradition. So let's see. Runner, no, yes. Is runner it? This is, yeah, this is runner. So for every single view that we create, we'll need to grab, yeah, so we load in the no preview, right? Which is the standard kind of question mark X. But then, how am I killing the each, or not how am I killing each one? How am I saving each one? So in runner traits, tear down, generate preview does this. We save it as the name of the runner. Okay. Yeah, I'm glad you still remember the sub commands. I'm going to update this one of these days. One of these days I'll do it. Just make it real big. It's somewhat in progress. I'm going back to how I used to have it, so a lot more was controlled by the Golang bot, but we'll figure it out. Oh, thank you very much for the tier 1 subscription, Nova. Much appreciated. I'll take that as a vote of confidence for making it into the showreel. So I will do my best not to betray your expectations, to put it in the stiffest way possible. You're lurking here, but wishing you the best of luck with this. Looks really promising so far. Thank you, thank you, thank you. No, you're looking promising. Ooh. I haven't been around lately, but I really do find your stuff super interesting. Thank you, thank you. You know what you might actually find super interesting? I know that I've mostly just been showing this application, but check this out. This is actually what I consider to be really cool, but no one else really, I guess, well, I shouldn't say no one else. Everyone I've showed it off to thinks it's cool, but I think everyone's just humoring me. But check this out. So you do, it's a debug console, right? But actually what it's doing is it takes the place of your actual scene tree. So this works in export builds as well. So it allows you to just poke random parts of your scene tree. So you can do, I don't know, like get tree, root, get node, default runner, get child, 0, free. I guess we'll just free it and then check it out. Look at that. So it's a real-time debug console that also allows you to just write arbitrary GD script. So if I were to open up the log thing here, we can do print. I think I'm redirecting prints, or maybe I'm not. Print error. Hello. Yeah, there we go. So check that out. So I'm sending arbitrary GD script and I can catch it as well. The only problem is that once you try to view the remote, everything breaks and then the entire application crashes. So you should never use the debug console in debug mode, but if you're in release mode, it will just work as well. So that's also just available on my GitHub. You know, I appreciate the feigned interest, much appreciated. Check that out. But I've never used Laravel. I'm not too much of a PHP kind of guy. My only experience with PHP was cheating in university. So I've told that before. I've told the story before, but you know, accounting homework, you know, there's like 10 million steps you need to go through. You mess up one step, the entire thing is wrong. So, you know, you go into the inspector, change a few values around because for whatever reason, everything was just exposed. Proceed to at least get a B in homework. Interest is not fan. A Toads would use the heck out of that. Oh, thank you, thank you. It's all there. It uses like a ton of other library. Well, I say a ton. It uses one other library I wrote, which is the Advanced Expression Library, which just constructs GD script stuff at runtime. But see, the hard part about that is that you need to like kind of re-implement a bunch of stuff. So I know you didn't ask, but check this out. So re-implemented a bunch of node functions and then replaced them with my own kind of, I guess, basically you need to add a bunch of shims to take the place of, you know, actually poking the scene tree. Because as it turns out, directly poking the scene tree has a lot of issues. But if you go through a reference class and then just give the reference class the scene tree, as opposed to adding your REPL as a node on the scene tree, it tends to be a bit more stable. Or maybe that was just me. Anyways, check that out. Also, it's a single file. How sick. So let's go back to this. So in the runner, I'm also a big fan of how I was able to make this work. So every single view here, I know I keep getting distracted. So every single view, so even like this debug console view, it's just a control that you kind of slot into a pop-up, and then the pop-up takes care of the entire formatting for you, which is really cool. So it makes it really easy to add new views. Whereas with this application, you needed to modify XML, blah, 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 you know, add the implementation separately, and then just kind of hope it works. Whereas this one, you know, just do a standard Godot scene, and then it should just be able to load in, which is kind of how this works, right? Remote control GUI, there's only the placeholder, but that's also just implemented via GD script here, which is just this, you know, label new, add the placeholder, add a child label, right? How cool, how cool. So create view. I need to figure out, this is the data name, sc name. Let's call this var view name, some sort of string, data name replace view name, blah blah blah. This is the view name, and then here we can check inside of the user data directory. I really should not just like drop everything into your the root directory of your user data directory. So let me think. Let me go to, this is the regular runner, and then global constants. Oh, global constants. This isn't a signal. Default runner path. Runner preview directory. Dir path. They're making food thingies? No, don't worry. I'll be here for a while. Actually, that's not true. I have things to do later on tonight, which is why I've been streaming for like 4 hours. Let me see. So user runner previews. Yes. So here we'll go into create view. Okay. I suppose I should probably split this out into a different function, but I'm not going to. You know what? I'm going to do that. Func find runner preview. So find runner preview. So this will give you, I guess, a result. Why not? So return result, okay. Let me see. So find runner preview, blah, blah, blah. Var directory is a, that's not how you do it, directory, new. Oh, and then this is tough. Actually, no, it's not. I don't actually need to do directory new. I just need to do var, well, you could also use a directory, but that's fine. File new, and then if file exists, so this is global constants, runner preview path, runner preview directory path, yes, and then view name. Okay, and then this should be expected path, I suppose. Var expected path dot png. So let's do const runner preview file png. So this will be global constants, runner preview directory path, view name, and then global constants, runner preview file extension. Yeah, there we go. So there's your expected path. We just check to see if it exists or not. So expected path. So if it does exist, then we'll return that as a result. So return results, okay, and then pass along the expected path. Probably shouldn't just load it. Oh no, we could just load it, you know, load. Expected path. And then otherwise, this will be result error code. Error code. Error. Runner. No preview found. No preview image found. Expected path. Yeah, there we go. So find runner preview. Var preview image. I think that should just be an image, and then we assign the image to the texture. Yes. So result is equal to find runner preview for the view name. If preview. So if not preview image or preview image is error, then we'll do this instead. So we'll use the no preview, right? Otherwise, preview or preview image results. Just need to make sure I'm precise about this so I don't confuse myself. Preview texture is equal to load preview image res unwrap. Something like that. So I think that should just work, maybe? Maybe not. Really? Let me see. Should just work. Logger debug found Thanks, error. All right, let's see. So error. So error it out twice. But what is it looking for? Hold on. Expected path. So I think there's a problem with the expected path, I suppose. So this is user runner previews. Oh, you know what? That's totally true because these don't exist at the. These don't exist there. But actually, hold on. Runner trait doesn't save it like that, right? Or is the name slightly different? Oh, I see. I see. This is because I need to create the directory first because the directory doesn't exist. Right, so runner trait. Okay. So generate preview. Var directory. If not dir directory exists, so global constants runner preview directory path, then dir make directory recursive. I think this is valid. I think you're allowed to do that, and that returns an error code. So this is not okay. Then we want to do hit it with a logger error. I think we have a logger in the runner traits. Logger error, unable to create this thing. Declining to create preview, runner preview. And then this one should be Ba 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 ba. Ba ba. Okay. So global constants, runner preview, directory path, name, and then global constants, runner preview, file extension. Yeah, okay. So I'm trying to do as many things via constants as possible, he says as he does a ton of things via just raw strings, but, you know, move fast, break things, etc., etc. We'll go back to here. We'll delete this preview for now. I think these things are slightly different from what I'm expecting. I run it. All right, so send me. So there's no preview. When I go back out. Really? There's nothing here? What's saved? It saved this as default runner, but it saved it at the wrong path as well. So does default runner, are you doing a generate preview as well? Oh, you are doing a generate preview as well. That's why it's not that's why it's not working. Oh, it's because I need to do it like that. Ah, okay. Okay, so that's why it's a bit strange. Because this just uses the default viewports. So that's a bit tough. That's a bit tough. Okay. So let's just copy it over. That's fine. Or we'll copy over most of it. That'll probably be fine. So just slap this into here, delete this file because this is wrong. Go into here. Run me. Push me back. Really? There's nothing here? Oh. Really? Did it log anything to the console? Error. Ba 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 ba. No, that's fair. And it looks like it's still running in verbose mode as well, which is wrong. Yeah, loading a resource. What the heck is this? We close it. What's here? Nothing really. Oh, runner previews. Then default runner.png. Okay. So that's more correct, but then the set press no signal. It's not giving me the correct name, huh? Logger error view name. Huh. So does the runner gets its name changed when it gets added to the scene? Question mark. When do I set the name here? That shouldn't make any difference. So setup config, we don't care. Setup scene. Do I ever set the name of the scene here? I shouldn't be. That would be kind of bizarre. Oh, you know what? Here. Run runner. I changed the name of it here. Get base name, get file. So I need to have a function that creates the view name for me, I suppose. So I suppose if you do it like this, if you just don't mess with it. So we just use the default, which will give you, I don't know. I'm just trying to guess at this point. So that's fine. Go out here. Go out here. Hey, nothing still, huh? So default runner. Huh. But then how? Oh, it's going off of the file name. That's right. That's right. But then this view name file, well, the view name is this, right? So create view comes from here. Create view, which is the oh, it goes off the resource name. And then it has a run arguments. So I shouldn't be using that's tough actually. That's tough because you don't actually have access to the resource name anymore. Right? So for example, this one, default runner, has an initial page of default runner. I'm using that name as the thing. So where am I? Redo me. I don't know what I'm changing. I think this is okay. I need like a standard way of assigning names to things though. Right, so here, when we try to run the runner, it gives us the runner path. Huh. That's kind of tough. That's kind of tough, right? Because we create the view on run. Path. So on run. Where is on run hooked up? On run. Data run args. That's true. Very true. Show true. And then these are all just the... Okay, well... What do I use data name for then? I could just get rid of that. So the data name is the name, but then we'll actually use the run arg name instead. That's horrible though. I hate that. Because you shouldn't be using the run args as I guess it's okay. Yeah, okay, run args fronts. Something like that, and then we'll use the same thing, so that should be roughly correct. And then here you can see run runner, blah blah, runner path. We set this to be get base name, get file. Yeah. Although I'm not sure if this will work in exported mode, but it'll probably be okay. So we can have a helper function called like We'll think about it. We'll think about it. Give me a to do. This is kind of gross. Right. Oh. Reload me. Send me. No. Invalid type in built-in function load. Cannot convert argument 1 from nil to string. Preview image resource. So it's value 0, which means that it returned okay. What? Resources load. Expected path. Sure. You know what? It's probably because of this. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Oh, it's because I don't need to load it. What the heck? But no. Because this is the resource, but there's no value inside of it. It's just an okay. Yeah. I appreciate the echo. Helps me bounce back around. So this file should exist. It's a bit weird, really. So what happens here? So what is expected path? Expected path is runner previews default runner. So does that exist? Default runner PNG. Yeah, it looks about right. But it's null. So what happened? File not found. User runner previews default runner.png. Is that true? User runner previews. I don't. Hold on. I think I have a better solution. So, for whatever reason, the output was null. But if we do something like this, image is equal to image. I think we can just load it like this instead. So image load, sure, from path expected path. Or maybe I just need to pass in a global path, something like that, and then we, yeah. So okay, image maybe. Breakpoint, yeah, that's fine. Send me. There's nothing here. Okay, well, I'm assuming image load returns an error. Okay, so if this is not okay, ASDF. No, it's able to load it properly, but there's just nothing here. There was no error. So if I put a, yeah, so there's no error. It's able to load the file properly, but it's not providing anything to me. Right. So image has some sort of thing in it, right? It's not an error. Preview texture is the whatever, but it doesn't display. So I wonder, no, because the texture loads properly if you don't have anything here, right? So I delete this. Yeah, then we get that. Main menu. Hit this. And now there's nothing here. So there we go here. Runners, not tree. Default runner. So we have no texture actually, huh? Oh, it's because that's not how you're supposed to do it. You have to convert it to an image texture. I forgot. That makes sense. Logger error. Unable to load image at path. Expected path. Yeah. Actually, we don't even need to print anything, right? We'll just return the image. There we go. And then here we'll need to do var image texture is equal to image texture new image texture image create from image this thing. Yes, that's your image texture, and then image texture. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, because you can't just pass an image to it. I think Godot, for whatever reason, Godot just failed silently though, which is kind of weird. I feel like it should have given me an error, but that's fine. We go here. Yeah, there we go. Look at that. It's beautiful. There's kind of like a weird space at the bottom here. But that's fine, right? And then look at that. We just kind of load straight into it. For whatever reason, model saving isn't working quite just yet, but if we move you over like that, go out. Look at that. Beautiful. This is how we ended last time. We go to run. Yeah, there we go. I guess that's not saving the bone pose for some reason, but Look at that. That's a neat feature, I think, in my opinion. Yeah. See, you'll know what you're going to load into. It's more of like a feature you would actually want to use for video games. Is you know, like for a save file, you would want to know what you were last looking at. But yeah, seems okay. And then let's see what happens if you use a transparent background. I've never tested this. So transparent background, that's fine. What does it save as? Okay, so transparency just saves as a black background, which makes sense because I'm not actually taking a screenshot of your entire screen. I'm taking a screenshot of the viewport. And I think to do transparency, it actually needs to kind of overlay something. I don't really know. There's some sort of blend mode, I suppose. Yeah, neat though. Neat. I'm glad I was able to figure it out. So we get rid of this. Yeah, there we go. So everything saves as expected. Cool, 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 cool. Let's push that. Yeah. Oh, before that, I really need to get into a better habit of running tests right before I push. But there we go. Everything's green. Git commit display runner preview on landing screen. All right, there we go. There we go. That's not so bad. Yeah. The next two things to do are presets. And then props probably needs to work in a similar way to how model is implemented. But because of how I'm doing like inter-screen communication, it shouldn't be too bad, I think. Because I just need to re-implement this stuff somewhere. Should pose, yeah, so we publish this and then we just need to, where is event published? Subscribe to event published. Where is event published? Where? On is tracking, blah, 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 interpolation. Where am I handling event published? What the heck? So we're subscribing to it. Or no, we're subscribing bone display. And then bone display has handles all its internal controls there. Because each bone display is actually a separate menu item. Right? Again, maybe a little nervous. I thought my application crashed for no reason. Yeah, so each one of these items are actually a different bone display. And then, so these are all the bones in the standard duck. Okay, so I can do the same thing for props. I can do the same thing for presets as well. Hello, hello. Hello, Bumsy. How are you? How are you? Check that out. Or check this out. Also, I just got a notification that my run failed. What happened? But check this out. I'm good. No, you're bummed. You're not good. You're bummed. Look at that. So I've got the preview windows working. VRM runner doesn't quite work. It still needs to be updated, but anyways, VRM will probably just be merged into default runner, probably. Or maybe I'll just, you know, if you don't have any other runners, I'll show the default runner, something like that. But yeah, look at that. So the preview updates automatically based off of what the last working states was. So it's closer to how you actually do a save file for a video game, but you know, that's cool. This. Oh, you know what? Did my test... The test failed because it wasn't able to download Godot. That's nice. I think. Right? Yeah. Yeah. That's pretty weird. This happens sometimes. I wonder if it's possible to just to point this at another Godot template. So that's like the editor binary, but no, this is stable Linux headless. So actually, I think I can just point this at my own Godot template. And then this would probably fix a bunch of stuff, although I'm not sure if that's against TOS. Have you figured out the buffer? I have not figured out the buffer. I have not figured out the buffer. So one of these days I will. But I think I've burnt enough time doing it, unfortunately. So the code is all there. I think most of it is solid enough. But I don't know. It's like I'm burning too much time on something that doesn't bring a ton of value, I think. So we'll probably push that out to like a 0.1 release, right? Or I suppose it would be the 9.1 release. I think I can still expose CPU bound whatever it's called. But yeah, I don't think it's worth it. But eventually. But the only things left to do now are props and presets. I can remove remote control whenever I want. But I think once I have all of those, it should be okay. So like check this out. So launch the tracker. Should just work. Break your neck as usual. The duck is slightly rotated, so rotate like that. Look at that. So you said you would ask in forums. Oh yeah, well, one of these days I'll get around to it. I need to. It's one of the... I'll get around to it because I need to. I think the best way to get an answer for a complicated question is to, one, demonstrate that you have done your due diligence. And I think that write-up is going to be somewhat tough because you don't want to, write paragraphs and paragraphs of like, this is what I did, this is what I did, this is what I did. No, I need to somehow condense like an entire essay's worth of things that I've tried down into like at most 3 bullet points. And then I can feel good about asking a question, but that's going to be a little tough because I need to figure out what are the 3 main things I've tried. And I hope that's bulletproof enough so I don't receive like a dumb answer. Right? Have you tried patching the engine? Yes, I have tried patching the engine. Yes. I have patched the engine, because I'm pretty sure if I just ask like, why can't I access the texture? People are going to ask, why don't you patch the engine? Motherfucker, I've already patched the engine, So I don't want to really waste my time with that. You know what I'm saying? Because the longer your question draws out, the less interested people are going to be, right? Because no one wants to read through the entire chat log. But yeah, give me 1 sec. I need to do a thing really quick because I actually do need to get going a little bit. I started streaming earlier than usual, so now I'm in kind of a weird position. Give me 1 sec. Wait 1 sec. Hold on. Give me 1 sec. Too much stuff going on for whatever reason. Let me see. Dun dun dun. 1 sec. It takes time to get proper answers, so better start sooner. Yeah, well, I think all I really need to do is, well, I need to get something done in time for the show reel, right? Which is the most important part, because the deadline is the end of June, but I need to give myself enough time in order to, you know, cut together a good show reel, right? Because, you know, how do you make something like this interesting? Like, I think there's a lot of cool technical problems that I've solved, but, you know, how do you make something like, you know, oh, look at this, we can add extensions, oh, we can edit settings, how cool, and then we can even run things automatically. For some reason the posing is broken, and then, oh, look at that, we can have, you know, rendering options natively available, you know. So I need to think of something cool to show off, or at least something that's somewhat interesting, you know what I'm saying? All right. The amount of work you did on this, project-wise, is huge. Yeah, there's a lot of weird programs. Oh, I forgot I wasn't tracking anymore. The amount of like weird things I've had to develop for this is bizarre. I think something that's kind of cool, like I've had to do a pretty big restructuring of stuff. Also, I need to get out of here in about 30 minutes. Which I need to make sure I wrap up in about 15. So I'm on a time limit, which means pretty much I'm done at 8. So we'll get ready to send you at some point. Because I'm going to be honest, right now I'm not wearing pants. So I am underdressed for what I need to do. So one show of this app alone is fulfill the app showcase time limits. Yeah, well, you know, no pressure, no pressure. It's easy, but no pants. Yeah, no pants, no shoes, and I still get service. I don't know why I'm saying I still get service though. That was supposed to be a pun on like I get phone service, but actually that's not true. I don't get phone service in my apartments. All the walls are concrete, so I have to like walk over right next to my window in order to get service. Yeah, so check this out. This is I guess the more interesting part. No shoes even? Yeah, what an absolute degenerate. Yeah, well, I do the Asian thing where I don't wear shoes inside. It kind of actually freaks me out when I go into other people's homes and they're like, yeah, like they don't have a shoe rack next to their door and they just, you know, track dirt all over the place. I'm like, what the heck is this, dude? Like, how often do you vacuum? Like, I guess it makes more sense if you have like a dog, because, you know, dogs don't wear shoes, probably. I mean, most dogs don't wear shoes. I'm pretty confident in saying that. But, I mean, if you don't have pets, actually, that's true. Shoes inside is heckin' gross. Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. But I actually lived with a ton of roommates before who, you know, just shoes inside the house. It might just be like a southern thing, a southern U.S. thing. But actually, in my experience, in the southern U.S., like, people still take off their shoes, but they'll also just walk around outside barefoot, which is about the same thing. To be fair, I also walk around outside barefoot, but I make sure to clean my feet before I walk everywhere when I go back inside. But yeah, check this out. So this, it used to be a giant function here. And I'm doing this for my own benefit as well, so I remember how I implemented it. So how this used to work, I think it was this one. Browse files. I know there's an easier way of doing this, but, you know, You don't come here for great decisions. You come here for decisions that are good enough. Yeah. So how this used to work is that you would have to check for this explicit tracker. You need to grab the data. You need to check the data, save the offsets, and then if the data is not updated in time, blah, blah. And then you just apply the interpolation data. But then I rethought about it, and now what you can do is this, right? So you have a bunch of trackers that you may or may not be using, tracking, blah, blah, running trackers. There are no running trackers at this point. But then if you were to click start, it would run the tracker, and it would loop through every single tracker. And then every single tracker has an apply function, right, that accepts a model, some interpolation data, and just extra data that is, I don't know, just anything that you want. And so the idea here, I don't know if I explained this well, any of you were here, but the idea is that you would be able to do something like, you might notice that there's something that's following my cursor on screen right now. Right, that's my keylogger that is currently tracking my mouse position. So for something like an anime model, you can do face tracking. You can do face tracking using OpenSea Face, and then have another tracker that runs as a secondary tracker. Yeah, see that's the thing, right? Is that you can run the trackers. It's intentionally run in order. It's intentionally run in order. And then here, let's just demonstrate, right? So you can delegate a tracker to be the main tracker, and then you can also push them up or down in order of priority, right? And that should hopefully save itself in terms of, I guess, starting, you know what I'm saying? And so if you wanted to apply your face tracking data first, that would work. And then if you wanted to have hand tracking data mapped to your mouse cursor, that could also be done. So maybe you would run your mouse cursor tracker first, and then apply your OpenSea Face data over that. But then you would want to have your main tracker be delegated as OpenSea Face, so that when you are setting your offsets, you aren't setting your offsets to your mouse, you're setting your offsets to your actual head position, right? So that was actually somewhat complicated. It's somewhat complicated, which is why I'm proud I was able to come up with the idea. I think there's still things I can do. Like it might be a bit difficult to be able to restore this order from memory, I suppose. Right, so it might be nice to have like a last run trackers or something, and then you just start all of them in the same order, if that makes sense. I still need to think about how I save the order, and then save which one is delegated as the main tracker. But the idea is there, right? So for example, for this anime model, OpenSea Face doesn't support hand tracking, but if you wanted to use OpenSea Face, because I think OpenSea Face has better pupil tracking than most other face trackers, right? So you use OpenSea Face for face. You can use, I don't know, like maybe even Leap Motion, and that's how you can kind of add Leap Motion. And see here is just add it as a tracker dependency, something like that. So because no matter what, you're always going to have to define an order in which they apply their data, right? Maybe up, down, arrow button to change order. Yeah. So that's what they're supposed to do. But I only have one tracker, right? So you can even check it out in the logs, right? So if you do cannot move tracker to position 1, cannot move tracker to position -1, etc., etc. You know? The unfortunate part is that you're not able to start multiple trackers at the same time, which makes sense. Because you cannot run OpenSea Face twice in a row. Although you totally could, if you have multiple cameras. I believe it would just work. It would just eat up more CPU than you would really be reasonably okay with. Yeah. meant on the tree view. I'm not sure how I would do it on the tree view. Like the tree view, I believe just... I'm not actually sure how the tree view orders it. Yeah, I get it, yeah. Like, I suppose, like, you could try to reorder it. Is that how good trees work in Godot? I'm not sure. I've never tried. And also, I would like to also show off, we no longer leak a ton of data. It is beautiful. So memory leaks, for the most part, solved. Oh no, how does trees work? Are you allowed to drop mode flags? Are you allowed to do that? A stable Godot, huh? Yeah, well, it works on Godot 4. Yeah, I've tried the latest Godot alpha, and I was thinking like, man, this is actually like pretty stable at this point in time. Oh yeah, Godot 4 leaks on its own. I wouldn't know. But the latest Godot alpha is pretty neat. I was like, man, maybe I should have like done this on Godot 4, but I don't have enough time, right? I need to make the deadline. Yeah. Are you able to drag tree items though? I've never tried. The video is. Yeah, I think there's a lot of things that would be way easier to do in, at least in like terms of GD scripts. Like there's so many callbacks that would just be way cleaner to do using a Lambda. Like for example, these connection functions could totally just be a Lambda. Pretty much. Or if any of these connection functions ever call another function, that should also be a Lambda. Yeah, I was playing with it. I was looking at, where is it? Hold on, ignore this. I was looking at, it was like an automatically, it generates like fish for you. It's pretty cool. Yeah, fish draw. I would like to go to this URL, please. I'll drop it into chat. So check that out. So I was actually working on porting this for a little bit. The code is actually pretty garbage. When I was porting it, I was like, what the heck is this? Like all these variables are just named like P1, PX0, PX1, PY1. What the heck is this? Yeah, but look at this. This is cool. Look at that. Look at that. It just generates fish. So I was like, maybe I could try porting that to, I could try porting this to Godot 4. Because if you look at it, it's not actually super complicated. It just uses, like, what the heck? You know, RXF is a thing. RYF, what the heck? And then N1, N2, N1 again. OF, question mark? You know. N3, question mark? XI, XF, YI, YF, question mark? Yeah, but I am happy to announce that you are able to nest lambdas inside of lambdas. Copy and paste? No, you can't copy and paste. There's no way you can do that. No, because if you look closely, a ton of things, it's very strange, right? Because sometimes they use var, sometimes they use let. I want to say I've seen const used somewhere as well. It's like this was patched together from a bunch of other people's code. It's kind of bizarre. But I think I got as far as, yeah, I got as far as this function. This function was horrible. Because look at this. Polyunion has a lambda, pair key, sure. It has another lambda, build vertices. And then it has, there was another one that was, oh yeah, this one was bad. Trace outline, and then this lambda has another lambda inside of it. Trace from, excuse me. And then this is actually a self-referential lambda. So this lambda, well, it's not actually a lambda, right? I suppose JavaScript just lets you put functions inside of functions. And then those functions can actually recurse on themselves from inside the function. But instead in, Godot 4, you would have to pass the function callable as an argument to itself if you wanted to recurse. It's kind of weird. But it also totally works, which is surprising. Oh, you know what? I gotta go. I gotta go. I got places to be. So, which is, I've also been streaming for 5 hours now, so I don't feel bad about bailing out. Let's find someone else who is doing stuff. Let me see. Who's doing some stuff? I don't know. I don't know. I suppose we don't even have that many people, so I apologize. Anyways, project is on GitHub. Check that out, VPopper. If you want to give it a star, I don't know, Discord, give me stars on GitHub. Let me see. Oh, my bot totally works now. Good to know the container restarted. Yeah. Take it easy. I may or may not be streaming tomorrow because I do have tomorrow off. NFT dudes missed that fish one. Yeah, no, actually the fish one used to have a little disclaimer on the README not to use it for NFTs. Yeah, thanks for tuning in. I will see you later. Goodbye.